Hey everybody. So we're doing a one day thing about building the immune system. And we've done different versions of this. A lot of times we talk about things that are very antiviral, and then we did a deeper dive with working vagal tone and dysregulation. And I thought this is a good way for you to just pull upon things that are in your kit. You can pull things out and use them a lot of different ways. Here we're going to do a little bit of breathing patterns like we do. But the thing with the oils that we're using today, you could use them in a salt bath. You could put some in your water and drink it throughout the day, or you could do a little something internal, or it doesn't always have to be sitting down and doing breathing patterns. So I kind of chose some oils that you could do a lot of different things with, and things that are also used for long term. During COVID, we were really pushing the idea of boosting the aspects of your immune system, especially with viruses or viral issues. And that was important at the time, but here we're just talking about some general immunity. It's not necessarily like, these are the antiviral, go-to things. It's just, your immune system has to do with a lot of things. Um, if you're fatigued, for example, a lot of times you have a little bit of a depleted immune system. And so your overall vitality, your ability to interact with the environment, stresses, dealing with other people, all of these things can diminish the immune system. If you think of the immune system, it's it's kind of our system that deals with outside invaders, a virus, a bacteria, some sort of fungus or fungi, right? But the immune system also sees that jerk at work and those difficulties, out in public, or people being really aggressive in the freeway when you're driving and cutting you off. Yes, you get stressed, yes, you get upset, but also your immune system sees that as an outside invader. Right. So a lot of times when we have like a rundown immune system or a depleted immune system, it's not because of immune function and dealing with things necessarily in the body like bacterias and viruses. It's the environment. It's stresses, it's anxiety, it's dysregulation in the nervous system. It's a system that's maybe been out of balance for a period of time. And how do we integrate just through daily living and little tricks and things just to keep nudging the immune system to like better overall vitality? And you could use this in the middle of like maybe being sick. There might be some better choices, but this is a little bit more about a lifestyle of just gotta keep my guard up. Gotta, not in a bad way. Like gotta keep my immune system functioning well so that if I'm exposed to something that I don't necessarily get sick. And not in a way that's hyper vigilant, or not in a way that starts to become an autoimmune issue or aggravate an autoimmune issue. Just generally kind of fortifying the immune system while diminishing some of the issues that might prevent the immune system from functioning well or make it become hyper vigilant. So, this is kind of I don't want to say like a lighter class, but it's more like about like lifestyle and just things you can do in the normal everyday to help your immune system get boosted and also maybe improve sleep or reduce anxiety or you know, we're going to be talking about things. So the very first thing we're going to do is Palo Santo. If for some reason you don't have Palo Santo, get something that was cleansing. But basically, we're just highlighting 5 oils and we're going to do like a deeper dive on it. So even if you don't have Palo Santo, I'm going to be talking about Palo Santo. You can use something else in the process, but I'm really kind of talking about Palo Santo itself, right? And so with Palo Santo, it's considered like a sacred wood. They use it in Central and South America to go into healing ceremonies. And the reason being that Palo Santo has this kind of purifying quality. It's in the same family as frankincense. And really, if you were to boil it down like in an esoteric or mystical way, it helps one to align with the light. It helps to shed the dysregulation of the nervous system. It helps to shed the tension that comes from survival oriented tasks. If you look at the idea of your energy body, like the idea of the auric programs, right? For those of you that have done the auric programming classes and the journey and all of that, we're working at refining the aura through working these different programs. And really what you're doing is you're refining your survival field, right? Like your aura is more than just, oh, it's some energy. There's an aspect of your energy body, your aura, which is the energetic mold or blueprint. A big aspect of it is tied to survival, to life. Like you're trying to thrive in life. There's a protective quality, the putting its guard up, but it's all about survival. Like anytime anything is in repetition, it's about survival, right? So you could say that your auric program or the aspect of your aura that is tied to the auric programs is your survival field, right? Then you look at it from the point of view of, healing and rest and repair and maybe intuition or just soul contact. And soul energy is important in this area because it is our life force. It's what animates the body, right? And so when we have health issues, the level that the soul is animating the body has diminished, and that survival aspect is going into like a deeper repetition that sometimes becomes degenerative, right? So on one hand, the repetition is tied to your survival field, while your deeper level of connection to the soul, to intuition, to healing, to rest, repair is tied to your soul field, right? So you take your survival field and your soul field and you mush them together. This is your aura, right? This is your energetic mold or blueprint. Now, usually for most people, survival field, soul field, it's a lot like this is usually much greater. The survival field has a much bigger influence on the aura, right? So if we're very survival oriented, we're prone to stress, we're prone to anxiety, we're prone to fear, we're prone to trauma, which we all are, right? It's not like, oh, am I or am I not? Like I'm not sure. We all are. Like we just we're in a body, so it's an issue, right? So the idea of using Palo Santo helps purify that survival oriented drive, right? And in the immune system, it's what would make our immune system work overtime, become hypervigilant, make us anxious, basically run itself down and become depleted, right? So Palo Santo is actually a very nice thing to use to calm down dysregulation and to diminish the tendencies that deplete our immune system and make us potentially become like hyper vigilant, right? So that could be autoimmune or exaggerating an autoimmune response. And autoimmune is when the immune system becomes so like hyper vigilant or agitated that it actually starts to see the body as an outside invader. Like it kind of loses its perception and just starts turning on the body, right? So this usually just means an excessive amount of stress and an excessive amount of dysregulation in the body, in the nervous system, which manifest as dysregulation in the immune system. So if you look at the idea of Palo Santo, it's for immune weakness or like low grade, like lingering infections. It's not the first thing you go to, like if you're in the middle of COVID, you wouldn't go, ugh, Palo Santo. It would be helpful, but it wouldn't be like the go-to thing. But if you're trying to maintain a good, healthy immune system, and maybe you're prone to a little bit of colds and flus and things like that, or, every year, like, I get the big one every year, like, I'm down for a few weeks. You want to start treating it before it happens. And so the idea being that you just kind of integrate this into your lifestyle so that it's not an hour and a half every night where you go like, okay, I got to grind this out. It's like, I'm going to put a couple drops in my water and I'm going to drink it, or I'm going to put a few drops on my wrist, or you know what, tonight I'm going to take a salt bath. I'm going to take a salt bath with Palo Santo and uh, I might even burn a little bit of Palo Santo or Palo Santo incense or something like that. All of this would be calming down the dysregulation in the nervous system. And remember, it's helping to align you with light, which is that soul field that makes up our aura. Like when we do that aspect of visualizing the ball of light, you're visualizing your soul field, like it in a way, right? So, I basically did a write up for just different aspects of Palo Santo. So you could see like there's lots of reasons I should use Palo Santo. It's for one, it's inexpensive and it does a bunch of things. One of the things it's really good for is stress, anxiety, maybe even some fears a little bit. But I gave you like a highlight, the primary therapeutic actions towards the top. Anti-inflammatory, pain relieving, antispasmodic, it's unnerving, supports the immune system, supports the circulatory system, can be grounding, has a little bit of a protective quality to it, and also can be harmonizing to the body through its function of aligning us with light. So I would say the big thing that Palo Santo is really good for is it's good for knocking down dysregulation in the fight flight mechanisms, right? To a certain extent, we all have this issue. It's just how bad is this issue for us? And we might be okay in certain areas, but then we go to work and it's like, ugh. Or we go to see our family and, ugh. Or we have a friend start talking about politics, ugh. We turn on the news page, ugh. We start to get a little bit dysregulated. So we want to be able to regulate the nervous system. The more that the nervous system is regulated, the greater tendency for the immune system to be strong and be able to respond to whatever's going on in the environment, but in a way that's not hyper vigilant, right? So what I'd like you to do is first just pull out your Palo Santo. You have your Palo Santo and just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just in through the nose, Out through the mouth. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Get the big bottle. Now, before we do the pattern, this pattern that we're going to do is associated with diminishing dysregulation. Let's just use it in ways that are very simplified, right? Where we don't have to do, a pattern, but we just go like, that guy at work's a little bit of a jerk. That person at work is a little bit triggering. Uncle Bob, ugh, I gotta see him this weekend. Um, Even things like I was driving on the freeway and somebody cut me off. Some weird thing happened where I got a little bit stressed or I got a little freaked out. Again, going back to the neural cycles is there's an event or a perception, then the body goes into survival mode, right? And it might be defensive, it's taking some sort of action. And sometimes in these events that cause us stress or cause us to be, upset, is right there we get stuck. Like, okay, somebody cut us off on the freeway and we got a little bit upset. And if the nervous system goes through a full cycle, it's like, whoa, that was a close one. That person was a jerk. Like, da 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 da. They weren't paying attention. Then you let it go. The body discharges that survival drive, right? It's like, okay, you're done. You don't have to do it anymore. And then the body goes into a restorative phase, right? Restores like normal function. But what happens a lot of times is we have the incident, or at least the perception. Then we go into survival mode and then we get stuck there. So then we never complete the cycle where we discharge the survival drive and then we don't go into restoration. So then that accident, that near accident, or that person cutting you off, or that person being rude at the counter at the store or whatever it is, now all of a sudden, even though we've walked away from that situation, to your body, to your nervous system, it's still happening. Days later, it's still happening. We get distracted by other things, but to your body, it's still happening. So this is a way for us to complete that neural cycle so we can discharge that survival drive and then go into a restorative phase, right? So think of your last week, somebody being weird, something in traffic, somebody being obnoxious, something upsetting in the news. And as you think about it, as you observe it, as you recall it, just start breathing the Palo Santo. And then just pause for a moment. Samantha just said, I don't want to pause. I just want to keep going. Right? It's soothing, but it's soothing because it's what you're doing is you're targeting a place where the nervous system potentially got dysregulated and you're regulating the nervous system in that area, right? You're using situations that might have spiked dysregulation in the nervous system and you go, that situation. And then you start calming it down. Pretty soon it has a cascading effect on your overall nervous system. But at first, you're targeting a particular event, right? Now, so that's one way. You could just like pull that out, have it in your pocket. And if somebody's being weird with you at work, then you just like, as soon as they leave the room, you're like, oh, Palo Santo, be gone. You're just disconnecting from that situation. But anytime something happens where you're stressed out, you're getting triggered, you have a little bit of a dysregulation response some way, somehow, it happens throughout the day. It's just going to happen, right? You inhale it and you keep breaking yourself out of those loops, because it eventually comes into like a trauma loop or a stress loop of some sort. So we're just breaking out of those loops. Now, the thing that it's also good for is loops within the body, such as like pain or like an achy area in your body. You could apply a few drops neat even to a particular area, right? Like, say you have a bad knee or a bad back. It's not the go-to thing, but it does help. It does reduce the dysregulation in that area. So if you look at pain syndromes, or if you look at an area maybe that has arthritis or something like that, the area is dysregulated. If you have a liver that's having some sort of issue, that area is dysregulated. So it might not be the only thing you do to treat a particular area, but it could be one of the things you use kind of consistently to keep regulating the nervous system. So just pick an area in your body, an ache, a pain, an area that might not be functioning well. Even if you go, well, I don't really feel anything negative, but I have a bit of cholesterol, so I'm going to focus on my liver. Another good one is I'm just going to focus on my spine. If I get the spine doing good, usually my body does better, right? So pick an area and then start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're focusing in on a area of your body. If it's your ankle or foot, do your ankle or foot. If it's your knee, do your knee. If it's your jaws, do your jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Pause and let it go. How'd that treat you? Mhm. So usually we have more than one spot, right? So how about we pick another spot in our body? It's not something where you have to do this big, long, drawn out treatment. Just pick a spot and do it and just get it a little bit more comfortable, right? So go ahead and pick another spot and start inhaling. You're still inhaling. Okay. So different simple tricks to kind of help you get through the day, diminish dysregulation in your system, like in the moment or shortly afterwards. But also, it's a way to keep the immune system from getting depleted. When we go into a dysregulated state, it's like we're doing a marathon internally, even though our body might not be moving the arms and the legs and running or having a bunch of outward activity. Internally we're running a marathon, so we're running down the immune system, we're running down different parts of our nervous system, we're depleting the body, right? So just like we go to bed and we take off our clothes for the day and we put on our pajamas and we get into bed, there's kind of an inner pajamas that we shoot for. You're shedding the action and activity of the day, and you're literally going into the other part of the nervous system into rest and repair mode. And so Palo Santo might not be the go-to thing for helping to induce sleep, but it's a great way to shed the day and put on your internal pajamas to go to bed, right? It's not necessarily a sedative, but remember, it does have an impact on dysregulation. So if you had like a weird argument that day, Palo Santo before you go to bed. If you had an interaction with somebody where you were like, that was a little weird, Palo Santo. If you just had a lot of deadlines and you're like, go, 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 go. Okay, now hurry up and rest. Palo Santo. It could be used a lot of different ways. So you could even do like a couple drops in water and take it internally, right? You could just take like a salt bath, or you could put it on the body in a neat way. Like when you do the thumb webs right here, right? Like that little spot between the thumb and the what do you call that finger? Index finger? Yeah, your index finger, right? If you hit that web right there, it will have a cleansing effect on the solar plexus, right? So your stress center. So there's that aspect. But one of the things that is nice before you go to bed, and let's do two things, right? If you feel up to it, notice how you feel and put a few drops just on your feet. Put a couple drops of Palo Santo like on the top of your feet or maybe the bottom of your feet. And before we do inhalation, let's just see how that makes you feel. So if you don't want to do it, I get it. But put a couple drops on each foot and then just sit there and just notice what happens. If you want to do a few more drops than just two or three, I'm in. Whenever I start to do this and a bunch more comes out, I'm always like, whoops.
Meant to be.
Yeah. Now, once you've done that, then just sit there and just notice what happens. What do you notice?
Is like
Mm.
flushing something.
Yeah. So Samantha says like her legs and everything feels like something's flushing out. For me, when I do this, it feels kind of strange because it's like I put some drops on my feet, but I'm taking a deeper breath now. Like I'm breathing deeper.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. Like all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah. You are again, you're shedding the survival drives of the day. Remember how I talked about the neural loop? Like you have an incident, then you go into survival mode. And then when that is done, you go into a completion mode, and then your body goes into restoration. What we call stress is we never get to the completion phase. What we call a stress loop or a trauma loop is we don't get to the completion phase. We're still in that survival mode, and then we try to sleep while we're in survival mode. So if you're in survival mode, you're not going to sleep as deep. You're always going to have your guard up. You're waiting for the other shoe to drop. You're in defense mode or protective mode, whatever it might be. So this is a way to shed the day, shed the situation, shed the difficulty with a partner or at work or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be some big thing you're treating. Sometimes you're just getting rid of, you know, the dirt of the day. You're taking an internal shower. So you put a few drops on your feet and you notice like, I'm feeling kind of nice. Right? Now, the other trick is just to inhale with your awareness on your feet, right? So put your awareness on your feet and just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And with that, how do you feel? Just let it go for a moment. Like, how do you feel overall?
Um,
Yeah. So this is one that's good for right before you go to bed. I mean, you could use it anytime during the day, but if you're trying to shed the day and put on those internal pajamas so that you can go to sleep, that you can let go, the muscles relax, you let it go of the dysregulation so you can go into deeper rest and repair mode. The part of the survival field is the knees, the ankles, and the feet. How we get stimulated, how we get triggered, how we go into like an instinctive response, right? If you look at the idea of the aura programming, when we do the longer version of it, we go through and we set the soul field. We go left, front, right, back, right? And then after that, we go knees, ankles, soles of the feet. Part of what you're doing is you're unwinding the repetition of the survival field, the survival mechanisms, so that your body can shift, right? And then we go counterclockwise, right? First, we go counterclockwise. So counterclockwise is you're unwinding the field, and then you set the soul field. So just this idea of jumping to the feet, you're unwinding part of the day. You could be fancy and you could do the knees, you could do the ankles, you could do the feet, but here you could just see doing the feet, putting a couple drops on, inhaling in this area. All of a sudden you're like, I could take a nap, I could go to bed. I know I just got up a few hours ago, but it's Saturday. I could take a nap, right? And part of that is because you've shed some dysregulation from the nervous system, and the nervous system is now going into completion mode, where it's discharging those drives for survival, and then your nervous system goes into a restorative mode, which is rest and repair. It's regulating the system. right? So if you think of this as just like a daily maintenance thing, that's not necessarily a practice like I'm going to sit down, I'm going to do 45 minutes every night, but it's like, hey, I'm gonna put a few drops in a water bottle. Hey, I'm gonna take a couple drops and shoot it. Hey, I'm gonna put some on my thumb web. Hey, it's the end of the day. I don't want to do a whole process, but I want to put a few drops on my feet and then I'm going to go to bed. Whatever it might be, it helps to unwind those drives of dysregulation. Now, if you want to target the dysregulation and go a little bit deeper, there is a sustained inhalation pattern that we're now going to follow. Okay. And so you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the forehead where the hairline is. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah, somebody was just sharing that their breath has slowed down. And if you think of like stress or dysregulation, it's rapid, shallow breathing. And so that when your breath starts to slow down, it means your nervous system is shifting. You're going into a more balanced state or even into deeper levels of rest and repair mode. So you're still on the forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, go from your forehead to your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking Nice, long, slow, deep breath. So while we're on the solar plexus, I'm going to keep talking. You're still on your front solar plexus. But you know how it's like sometimes you might be doing something during the day and all of a sudden you catch yourself like holding your breath? Like you're like doing something and you're not even just short, rapid breathing. You're just like, right? This approach of just hitting the solar plexus, sometimes just inhaling the Palo Santo by itself, but especially hitting the solar plexus with Palo Santo will reduce the tendency to stress hold your breath. You know, because it's just a stress response. That's all that is. Now, you're going from your front solar plexus to your back solar plexus. So that mid back area below your shoulder blades, your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on your back, solar plexus. How's this going to move? Yeah. Now, go to your Ming Men, which is the back side of the navel. You're still on that Mingmen area. Now you're going to go to the perineum or perineum, the floor of the pelvis, in between the sex organs and the anus at the floor of the pelvis as a minor chakra. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go to your jaws where they hinge in front of the ear, like here, where they hinge in front of the ear. Your awareness is on your jaws. How's that feel on your jaw? So notice how you feel as you let everything go. We did a pattern, but we also did a couple like little tricks of, what happens if we inhale in the body or a certain part of the body, or, we put some on our feet, or we are going to do another cycle or two of this pattern. But before we do, I thought I'd open it up to shares or questions. You can unmute yourself, type in, go ahead and fire away. How did you do? How did you do?
Like in a good way.
Yeah.
Like it, I don't.
Yeah, it took you out of dysregulation.
Exactly.
And that's the thing that's kind of weird about dysregulation. It's not like we get up and we're halfway through the day and you go, I'm so dysregulated right now. You just are in the middle of doing stuff. And even those days where not bad things are happening, good things are happening, and you're pushing to meet deadlines, or you're just, you're getting a bunch of things done on your to-do list, and you're wound up about, and maybe you're even excited about it. But when it comes time to let go at the end of the day, how well are you able to let go? You know? And this is just the way to shift gears and go, time to get out of that phase, time to, there's the day phase, and now there's the night phase, and got to start winding down, got to start relaxing, got to be able to go to sleep and get some good restorative sleep. And really what you're talking about is being able to break out of stress cycles, the diminishing of a trauma loop, and even just the formation of trauma loops, completing those neural cycles in a way that's just kind of easy, where like, I'm putting a few drops in my water bottle, I'm putting a few drops on my wrist or on my thumb web, at the end of the day, I'm putting a bunch on my feet, and then I'm just closing my eyes or laying on the couch or going to bed, or I'm going to take a salt bath. And it doesn't have to be sitting down to do a whole process. The process is deeper, but sometimes we don't have time, or sometimes we don't have the juice in our legs to sit down and do a process. And it's like, I'm just going to put a few drops on my feet and call it a night. Like, to be able to have that ability just to pull something out and do it for just 2 or 3 minutes and then still produce a result. The more you kind of understand what Palo Santo can do for you, the more you can utilize it for your normal everyday life.
Well, and even just, like it's morning or sniffing, but I feel like it's like clearing whatever was from the dream state, from my
Yeah,
sleep stuff. Like
yeah,
I woke
sure.
up real groggy,
Yeah.
and I feel like it's like,
Yeah, stress dreams. That I mean, or like lately I've been having dreams where there's just a bunch of people, and I'm like, they're not necessarily bad, but it's just like, oh, I think I might be in a busy city or something. And it's just a way to clear things out of the system, you know, just get things moving.
and go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey,
Good morning.
hey, hey, how are you?
Oh, this is lovely. This is exactly what I needed. I think I love how you have such an appreciation for the oils and sharing it with us and opening. Well, the inner pajamas is brilliant. So thank you so much.
Yeah, but if you think about it, like, I mean, I probably went a couple of decades of not putting on my inner pajamas at night.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, go, 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 go. And then I'd go to bed, like thinking about the things I got to do tomorrow or something. And I'd have dreams about it. And then I'd wake up in the morning, I'd jump out of bed and just, ugh. And, as I got older, I was like, ugh, I can't do that anymore. That's a young man's game. And, you know, I wish I would have paid more attention to that when I was younger. But, as we get older, it's like you got to be a little bit more attentive to these things or a little bit more careful. And, now if I stay wound up all night, I have a bad day the next day. Where before youth backed me up. Like I could be stupid and youth would just go, yeah, 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 just keep doing it. But as I've gotten older, it doesn't do that anymore. And so that idea of being able to shed the day, like be able to really engage the day and do stuff and everything, but then okay, I'm done, it's time to rest, it's time to shift gears, it's time to go to bed, it's time to let go of those drives of taking care of the family or taking care of some at work or having a little project or just being excited about something, whatever it is.
Well, 2 nights ago, um, I just had a window of where I could just see a lot of things happening, and they were falling into place. So I did it. I went with the flow, and the next day I was so tired. I was so
Yeah,
exhausted.
yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
this would have been perfect,
yeah,
and will be
exactly.
at this point. But
And the other thing is like, if you just look at like, okay, what's a good pocket oil? You know what I mean? Like
yes,
Tarragon's a good choice. Tarragon helps you with increasing vagal tone and a little bit of shock and regulating the emotions and calming those things down. But if you look at a good pocket oil, Palo Santo could be right there because it is like helping you to like complete those neural cycles to where you don't get stuck in a stress loop or we don't get stuck in like a trauma loop. Like, okay, I'm dealing with a difficult person at work. Just had an interaction. You go back to the office. Oh, that person. Where before you're like, ugh, and driving, and maybe somebody cut you off, or somebody doesn't even cut you off. It's just crazy traffic, stop and go. Everybody's real close to each other, you know. When you get done, you just inhale a few times and you're like, I'm letting go of the traffic. I'm letting go of the stress of the traffic. I'm letting go of being at the mall. I'm letting go of whatever that issue was. That person got weird with me at the store. I'm letting that go. Like whatever it is. Like Palo Santo, it's different than Tarragon. Like Tarragon's improving the vagal tone. And this is the other side of the coin where you go, okay, I'm a little bit dysregulated. I'm in that survival mode or that survival drive. And be it protection, be it whatever, like it just helps to let that go. And so you just get back to what you're normally doing or your normal like state. And so I wouldn't say that it's a restorative, but restorative is something that like helps to really restore the nervous system. But I would say it's the precursor to like a restorative. Like if you use it, you almost don't need a restorative. Restorative is about cleaning up the crime scene or cleaning up that destroyed hotel room. This kind of puts you in a place where there is no crime scene or there is no destroyed hotel room. You left the hotel room nice and tidy and you didn't destroy it and you left. And, so even the idea of, you know, in the middle or post viral infection, you know, the thing with viruses is they manipulate your nervous system to go into a state of dysregulation so that they can thrive. And even after they're gone, they still leave your body in a dysregulated state because they go, next winter we'll be back. Don't worry, we'll come back and we'll visit you again. And they kind of pick up where they left off.
yeah.
And so that idea of using the Palo Santo like after the fact is like, I'm going to unwind some of the dysregulation specific to whatever the virus did to my body. And I'm not necessarily just trying to push that my immune system bounces back. I'm trying to unwind the dysregulation of the nervous system so my immune system functions normally. And when we meet this virus again or some version of it, you know, we're in a different place. We're not picking up right where we left off.
When we did the deeper dive, um,
Mhm.
I could, it actually showed where I have actually some real fear. I feel unsafe here. And I see it showed me why I feel unsafe. So um, it was really, really good information because I wasn't aware that it was deeply driving me. So
So, I mean, that's a perfect example. Okay, you feel unsafe, or like say the stuff comes up with your son or something like that. Like every time it does, a little bit of Palo Santo just to kind of keep like, okay, my nervous system is going to complete that cycle, even though I'm dealing with something difficult, or I have this fear come up. If I keep inhaling it, I can take some action or modify something so that I'm not always just in like a fear mode. Like you can use it to actually, if you use it consistently, it'll break down that issue of fear, and you'll move through whatever that is.
thank you so much. This is wonderful.
You're so welcome. Even taking a little bit internal.
And some shares and questions.
Mhm.
My mind just kept going and thinking about things to do, etc. during the process. I'm hoping that stops.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes yeah, when the nervous system gets clear, you're like, I got so much to do. You know,
And someone's asking, okay to focus on both immune system and psoas at perineum?
just do the perineum. Yeah, you're not using your attention for one or the other. Just work the areas. Yeah.
How many inhalations and how many times a day I can do at one area, like my elbow is in pain. I'm feeling better, but there's still pain there.
Yeah, you could do it a bunch. Like, I don't want to say go crazy with it, but go crazy with it, you know? Um, and I would still use things like for your elbow. I would still put something on there that helps to reduce the tendonitis or the inflammation or the pain, right? But the Palo Santo will make the pain reliever, right? Or the anti-inflammatory, the antispasmodic, it will make it work better, because you're shifting that part of the nervous system. So it could be integrated into a therapeutic process with some of the other things to make those other things work better. Like, I mean, that brings up a very good point is, if you take things like something like antibiotics or like an over-the-counter pain reliever or, a medication that's a pain reliever, the use of Palo Santo, because of its potential for diminishing dysregulation, would actually make antibiotics more effective, would actually make an anti-inflammatory or a pain reliever more effective because it's diminishing the dysregulation. They did that study with garlic, and garlic can have a similar effect. It stimulates the immune system, but it's also expelling to the body, expelling to the system, which is also tied to diminishing dysregulation, right? So that idea of what they did was somebody was taking antibiotics, and the people who took garlic at the same time, the antibiotics were much more effective. And then they look at pain relievers, and then they give people garlic at the same time, and the pain reliever statistically looks much more effective than just normal pain reliever, right? So it's because of the expelling effect or the diminishing of dysregulation. When we see negative energy in the body or what we would call a blockage, if we take that terminology and go in a different way of saying it, what are we talking about? What you're talking about for blockages or energy that you're expelling off is you're expelling off dysregulation, right? The blockage is dysregulation. If you're expelling something off, it is that survival drive that is dysregulated, that you're discharging that energy. So negative energy or a blockage is like an energetic way of saying dysregulation, right? So anytime we diminish dysregulation, you're also cleansing, you're also releasing, you're also discharging.
Now, I'm not sure if this one quite goes with the Palo Santo or why they're asking, so it might not be at the right time, but they're saying sometimes some of the thoughts you want to let go of, but are not able to do so. Like, what would your guidance on that be? How can I let go of those thoughts?
Are they about something specific? They're just repetition? Are they a past event? Because
Past
yeah, I
event.
was gonna say because there's past events and then there is hypothetical thinking. And hypothetical thinking is something that hasn't happened, but you're like, but what about this? What about that? What if I go to the store and I get, this happens or that happens. I get in line and I forget my credit card or, whatever. So past event, I would go back and, you know, as much as when these thoughts come up, we tend to want to make them go away or repress them or step away from them. If there are two past event, I would lean into it, go, okay, it's about this past event. Something about that, because it's repetitive, is dysregulated. So if there's dysregulation, as much as we try to repress it or get away from it, all you're doing is you're amplifying dysregulation. So if we know like this past event is causing dysregulation, let's go to the event and diminish the dysregulation. So let's just do that all together right now, right? So think of a situation from the past where thoughts arise from time to time, or like this person, they have these thoughts that keep kind of coming up. Go before you even start inhaling, just start observing that past situation. You're observing it, you're connecting to it, and keep observing it, keep concentrating on it, and now inhale the Palo Santo at the same time. And then just pause and let it go. Okay, we're going to talk out some mechanics real quick, and then we're going to get back to what we were just doing, where we're visiting that past event. Okay, so let's look at it from the point of view of the neural cycle, right? There was an incident or a perception, right? Then there was a call to action. The body went into survival mode, right? Which could mean, taking action, protection, running, freezing, fawning, whatever it might be, right? Then whatever happened, happened. And in the perfect world, we then go into the completion phase. I got away from that situation. That situation's over. Now my nervous system goes, okay, we can get rid of the running. We can get rid of the fighting. We can get rid of the protective part. We can get rid of the fawning, whatever it is. We got out of there. We're okay. Discharge that energy. We don't need it anymore. We don't need to be dysregulated. And now let's go into a restorative phase where we go back to like om, om. So what happens is that event happened, right? The event happened, or there was a perception of something, and then we go into survival mode, right? We go into the survival field. I gotta run, I gotta fight, I gotta fawn, I gotta freeze, I gotta do something, right? Then there, for us to be dysregulated, we got stuck there, which we get stuck there more than we realize. Like all of us, we get stuck there, right? So now we haven't gone into the completion phase where we discharged and the body hasn't restored, right? We're still stuck there. So when we're stuck there, the reason why that situation still bothers us and why we keep getting these thoughts in our mind, our body still thinks we're in that situation, right? It might have been 20 years ago, but your body is like, no, it's still happening. So your body then starts to generate emotion and instinctive responses where it sends information to your mind like, you're still in that situation. You got to run, you got to fight, you got to freeze, you got to fawn, you got to do something, right? So the repetitive thoughts begin to arise for you to do something. It's a call to action, right? Anytime you have repetitive thoughts, especially unwanted repetitive thoughts, it's a call to action of some sort. So in this call of action, your body is still in that old place. So you got to go back and go, okay, body, uh, we're not in that situation anymore. The nervous system, we're done. It's over. Get rid of the survival mode. Get rid of the fight. Get rid of the run. Get rid of the freeze and the fawning. Like we're done. We don't have to worry about that anymore. So you're almost like scooping up an old piece of yourself and you're bringing it back and you're going, let's be in the present now. So when you go back and you look at that past event, part of the thought is a call to action. So you unwind some of the dysregulation there, but you also got to give the information to your body. You got to let your body know, like, hey, you remember that situation 20 years ago? Okay, it's over. Like, come on, let's go. Let's walk out of here. Let's get up. Let's walk out. Right. So after you've done the external, then come back and feel it in your body. Right. Because by feeling it in your body, what you're doing is you're training your body that your mind is hearing you, right? The reason why those thoughts come up or the emotions come up or we get triggered and we get angry or we get afraid or we shut down, whatever it is the body is not feeling heard by the mind. That call of action, it's like, you're not hearing me. I gotta double down on the repetition. I gotta yell louder. I gotta be more emotional. I gotta be more repetitive on my thoughts. You're not getting it. You're not hearing that we're still in that situation 20 years ago. So after you go to the external, then you come back to the present time and you go, okay, I'm going to feel it in my body. So for one, you are literally feeling like, where does it hit me in my body? But in paying attention to that, you're teaching the mind to listen to the body, and the body is going, I'm starting to feel heard. Like I don't have to yell emotionally. And I don't have to be saying the same thing over and over again with repetitive thoughts because now you're listening, right? Like, and as it's calming down, it becomes easier to disengage that old situation. And sometimes these situations take several trips of that, right? So we're going to do that, and then I'm going to show you even a deeper trick to go through and unwind this, right? Okay, so we've done the external, so now feel it in your body, right? So you're feeling it in your body. And it might not make any sense. It might be your foot, it might be your jaw, it might be your back, might be some weird little spot on your chest. Whatever it is, the idea is to concentrate on the area and wait for your mind to expand a little bit. You know, you're shifting from concentration to awareness. You're shifting from repetition to something spontaneous happening. You know, there's a shift, right? So concentrate on the body. You're still feeling it in the body. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, just let it go. Okay, back to the old event. You're observing the old event, you're concentrating on the old event, you're inhaling the oil, diminishing the dysregulation caused by the old event. Okay, let it go. Okay, now feel it in your body. You're feeling it in your body. Might be the same spot that you felt before, might be different. Hmm. Your awareness is on that area of your body. You're inhaling into that area of your body. Now let that go. Okay, so now we want to further diminish the instinctual response or the survival field, right? The survival mechanism or the survival field. So you're going to go to your knees, your whole knee or the back of your knee, and you're going to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to your ankles. The soles of your feet. Yeah, like now the situation is. Okay. So let's take a break for a second. So you can go brain, spine, brain, soles of the feet, or like a quick version of it. Here you're just trying to unwind something, is to do the spine of the upper back and the mid back. So the very top of your back all the way down to the back side of the navel, right? It's the easy way to do it. So let's just do that one. Your awareness is on the spine of your upper and mid back, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. How's that situation feel to you? Mm. Yeah. So, like, depending on how intense it was and how much we're stuck in that survival field and that survival loop, the sometimes we need to do this many times. But like Samantha said, she had one that was, you called it sticky. Like it was like, ugh, you know, every time she would think of it, she would just start to kind of tear up and everything. And now she's like, still need some work, but it feels like you're not feeling as sticky and you're not feeling like you're gonna cry or
Yeah,
yeah,
you can tune into it. And I love that.
yeah, like that survival. I think that's a big one. You tune into it and it doesn't feel like ugh. When you're still feeling that it's still in a dysregulated phase. So again, to revisit, you go to the situation, you feel it in the body, and you can go back and forth a few times. Then you drop down and you do the knees, the ankles, and the soles of the feet, because this is tied to your instinctive response. Like there's the unwinding of the situation going back and forth between the past event and the body, but we want to still unwind the instinctual responses that keeps us from going, yeah, but there's still something there. We're still there. Like, you're starting to unwind it, but you want to further that unwinding, right? Then we want to go through and unwind the back so that we can go, you know what? It feels done. It's starting to feel done, right? Then eventually it will come to the mind. It will come to the emotions, right? Everything will start calming down. So if it was really intense, you might need to do this several times, right? But something that could have just gone on and on and on for 4, 5, 6 decades, you can now, bring to resolution in 3 or 4 sittings, where you sit down, you go through and you do it, you can break out of that loop, right? If it's not too bad, you'll probably step out of it in the first attempt. So when it doesn't just break out of it, it usually means that it was quite substantial. And so, you'll need to do it several times. For me, I have a couple from my youth where like I feel like, yeah, I feel all done. And then a month goes by, as still a little something there. Nothing like it used to be. Nothing like it used to be. But still, just because we feel relief doesn't mean it's completely resolved, right? So you feel relief, you let it settle in, and then you think about it like a couple weeks later or a month later, and you're like, a little bit. There's still a little bit there, right? So you just keep working it because a lot of times the more charged it is it's usually multifaceted. It's not just it's all these little different pieces. So you've gotten some of those pieces, but there's still a couple other things there, right? So let's go ahead and unmute and type in and we can do shares again.
So the person who initially had kind of asked,
Mhm.
if they said thank you very, very much.
Yeah. And did that help the mind?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Good, good.
Somebody shared, Palo Santo, where have you been all my life?
I know. No joke, huh? Yeah. We had a weird thing happen. Um, with all the tariffs and stuff. I had ordered Palo Santo, and because of the tariffs, getting things in the country all of a sudden got difficult. And how long did it take? It took like 3 months to get. Usually it takes me about a week to 10 days to get the Palo Santo in. It took a little over 3 months. And even at the 3 month mark, we were like, maybe we get it, maybe we don't. And so I was getting pretty low on Palo Santo. And I was like, I gotta find a different source. Like I just, and then when it came in, we were like, oh, Palo Santo. We had like this Palo Santo party, and I was like, yeah, we're bringing Palo Santo back. We gotta start talking about Palo Santo tomorrow. We almost lost Palo Santo, but so
Well, and the thing we found was like the sprays, like the Palo Santo sprays with the angel stuff.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The person who, again, kind of just a second ago, who was asking about that, right? They said lots of release.
Yeah, good, 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 good. Yeah.
I think you knocked us all out, though. That was a good, deeper.
Yeah, I say we do it a little bit more, but we'll take a break first. Like it's good, but it's also good to have a little bit of processing time and a little nap time and a little snack or something like that. And we'll just run through the sustained pattern maybe one more time. I just would like to linger on the jaws a little bit. Maybe even we just come back and we do the jaws or something. Yeah, we'll figure something out. So let's come back at 20 after, and we'll do a little Palo Santo, and then we're going to jump into the next one, which I think is Ravensara.
Okay, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey, how'd you do?
Good. Parts of it I fell asleep. And then I woke up and then it kind of was a string of events, right? It started
Mhm.
with one thing and then it just kind of expanded. Um, if something stuck, I think I'm curious to see what I could do to shift it. It's on the forehead above the left eye.
Like how much above the left eye?
Well, if I put my hand on my forehead, um,
Like up high or like here?
a little bit higher.
Like here?
Yeah, but right
Like
over
then
the
over
eye.
to one of the eye?
Yeah,
That's probably your neck,
it's my
like
neck.
the sternocleidomastoid on each side of your neck.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Uh,
causes referred pain pattern that does this thing around your eyes.
okay.
Yeah. Maybe inhale with your on the neck, or even take a few drops and rub it on the same side. Like if it's on your right eye, rub it on the those two rope muscles on the right side of your neck.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. I'll try that. Thank you.
You're so
And somebody's asking, I had assumed, oh, hang on. It was before that, sorry. What about a past event from 1993 that was traumatic, but I assumed after so many years plus some therapy, I'm good. I had assumed, but how would I know if there's anything lingering?
I would go back and revisit, like go back and observe the situation, inhale, feel it in the body, because the processing it with the mind and the emotions and therapy is the part for the mind and the emotions. But as far as completing the neurological loop, therapy usually doesn't resolve the loop. And so go back and just make sure that the body is completed that loop. So revisit it, feel it in the body, revisit it, feel it in the body. So how about, yeah, so we'll come back at 20 after.
Still.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, everybody, let's come on back. And let's just still dabble a little bit with Palo Santo before we move on to Rabinsara. Part of the thing with the jaws is they're a reflection of the body being in dysregulation, and we all have a jaw issue to a certain extent, tension, grinding, bruxing. But the more that the jaw relaxes, the more that it also can shift the nervous system. And so as we go through that pattern, part of what you're doing is you're calming down the overstimulation of the nervous system and the potential for getting overstimulated. You're not just like calming it down, but it's like future dysregulation goes down a notch, you know? And so, when we're talking about like the neural cycles, sometimes it's something that happens, but when our nervous system goes into like a very dysregulated state, sometimes it's the perception that something's happening that will also kind of trigger, especially if it's like somebody says something and you get triggered, it's perceiving that that person's going to behave like some other past event or past, situation that's, not really happening right now, but the body perceives it as that's what's happening. It's usually a body perception. You know, it's not that your mind is jumping there or your emotions, it's your body is in a little bit of a freak out mode. And so when the jaws are tight, the tendency is for the forehead to overactivate, the front and back solar plexus, which is, lower emotions and stress and agitation, and the Ming Men, which is tied to fight flight itself. So the idea of unwinding the jaws doesn't have to be this like deep therapeutic thing where you're going to sit down for 2 hours and unwind it. But, every day, if you just spent like 5 minutes on it or 10 minutes on it, just unwinding the jaw can make your whole system, your whole body go, "Ugh. Yeah, it's a good day. I'm gonna go to bed now." Like, or I'm gonna relax or I'm gonna chill. But really what you're also saying is I'm not going to be hypersensitive. I'm not going to be hyper vigilant. I'm not going to be, thinking that something from the past is going to happen again or is still happening, right? So we're going to take the Palo Santo again and we're just going to go to the jaws. Let's explore the jaws. So start inhaling the Palo Santo. Your awareness is on the jaws where they hinge. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. It's very good for Jawas. And then just let it go for a moment. Just let it go. Like for me, when I do this, it's soothing. Like it doesn't necessarily knock me out, but like I'm gonna need more information before I start talking. Like, you know what I mean? Like I just don't feel like. So one of the things with the jaws is this muscle on the side of your head. It's called the temporalis, is actually tied to the jaw muscles. Like if you put your hand on your jaw or on the side of your head and move your jaw, you can feel that that muscle is very engaged as you move your jaw. So let's put our awareness on the sides of our head to unwind that muscle. And then let that go. How does that feel to you? It's weird, but like that temporalis, that side of your head thing, when you unwind it, it takes some tension out of the body. Like when you relax the jaw, which includes the side of that head, it really can shift the body out of the dysregulation. So one of the things that I like to do, and I encourage you to do it right now if you want, is take your Palo Santo and put like 4 or 5 drops like on your fingertips, rub your fingertips together and then massage it into your temples, like into the skin of the temples. Like not just the temples, the whole side, the temporalis. Like really kind of get it into the scalp. And if you want to do 2 or 3 cycles of it, just keep rubbing it into the temporalis. Maybe do another cycle of it. And then just keep your eyes closed and just be still, just let it happen. Yeah, can you feel your body letting go? Again, just because we've let go of some dysregulation, it doesn't mean we've let go of all of it, right? So then you go and you rub it into your temporalis, the sides of your head, and you're like, ugh. You know, you just let go of more dysregulation, and then you go, boy, I'm so deeply relaxed. But after you like settle with that a little bit, there's still more that could be unwound, right? Just because we have some relief doesn't mean it's all gone. It's just like it's better. And then it gets a little better. And then it keeps getting a little better. And then a little better. And so, yeah. I mean, if you want, you've done the sides of your head. It's not necessarily part of the jaws, but you can take and do that same thing, but rub it on the back side of the head along the base of the skull and just take, 4 or 5 drops, rub it in your fingers, and then rub it in to the back side of your head and scalp.
was thinking,
Yeah,
it's like, now I know.
yeah, yeah. How's that feel? Yeah. And just take some tension down. I mean, there's a reason why we put oils at the base of the skull, and part of it is what it does to the nervous system. It's a hot spot to shift the nervous system. Okay, so we've done the sides of the head, we've done the back of the head. Inhale again on the jaw where it hinges. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. and then just let it go. Now, the interesting I always find with this, what is when I go through and I work the jaw like this, I use different oils sometimes, but Palo Santo is definitely in the mix, right? I go through and unwind the head, unwind the jaws, the temple, the back of the head, and your body kind of goes like and kind of lets go of some tension and dysregulation. Then when I go back through and do body awareness, I'm like, oh, there's some stiff spots on my back. uh, there's there's a thing down in my back of my leg, or whatever it is. It was always there, but with all the other things going on, you know I might not have been aware of it. And so even the idea of going back through and doing a little revisit with body awareness, you can again deepen the unwinding of the nervous system and of the body. But instead of just jumping in and unwinding, the body as we diminish dysregulation, it's kind of like what I was saying to who was it, Teresa, I think, that had like the thing above the eye, is these like little rope muscles on each side of your neck. There's certain areas in the body that if you relax them, they'll really shift the nervous system. One is your diaphragm, one is your psoas, and the other one is these two rope muscles on the side of your neck, known as the sternocleidomastoid. So if you're up to it, put a couple drops of Palo Santo on that, and then just rub it along those rope muscles on the side of your neck. Then do it with the other finger, and then do both sides, right? So basically, you're applying a little bit of Palo Santo to each side of those rope-like muscles on the side of your neck. And then once you've done that, just keep your eyes closed and just let go for a moment. How'd that feel? Yeah. And again, inhale with your awareness on the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. And then let go. Just let go. So notice how you feel. And let's do shares. Shares, questions. You can unmute yourself, type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura,
Hey, Greg. You
how'd that treat
said, oh, it's great.
you? Yeah, doesn't it feel good?
It's really good. I have a question that's got a couple
Mhm.
of parts to it. When you were just saying the base of the skull is the hot spot for shifting the nervous system, is that what putting it on the feet also does, or does
Yeah,
it do
yeah,
something
the
different?
feet kind of helps. That's a very good question. So the feet like really kind of targets more of like what we would call like our instinctive responses, so like a stress response would be kind of in with that. And I would say the feet also impacts like neurotransmitters in the body. And so, if you think of the idea of like our pain threshold or our, like we're in a situation where you're like, okay, I've had it. I've reached my limit. Like that threshold is then reached where we like kind of change our behavior. Right. And we take some action. Well, from the point of view of the body, sometimes that is also the same mechanism that is associated with being like triggered. Like, a little bit of stimulation, and then all of a sudden you're like, we have this weird reaction rather than, oh, this is stressful and upsetting. And so it's to answer your question, it's like it's a different piece of it. Like, the more you calm down the instinctive drives, the more we don't necessarily engage survival mode as often. Like, you can go like, this is upsetting, but I don't have to have a meltdown, right? Or a freak out, or it's a 911, where when our instincts are really like highly agitated, everything starts to be a stress mode or like a 911 or like, "Ugh, I got to take care of this," or something, hypothetical is going to happen. That's that whole thing with like the hypothetical thinking is you're really just trying to calm down instinctual drives, right? And so here you're like at the base of the skull, or like when we unwind the diaphragm, or we don't spend as much time unwinding the psoas, but the psoas would be another one, which is your hip flexors. You're shifting out of dysregulation. You're shifting out of the potential of always just being in that survival mode, because those muscles are tied to like, the breathing and running and the things that we do when we're in fight flight. And so like you start calming those things down and your body starts going, ugh, yeah, I'm not waiting for the other shoe to drop because I'm wearing slippers. It's like you're going into more of a chill mode, and so as weird as it sounds, like if you think of the idea of cranial sacral therapy is, you know, they're just moving like the connective tissue and the fascia, if you've ever had it. There's all kinds
I
of
have.
explanations, but they're just moving the fascia and they're relaxing the connective tissue of the head. And in doing so, your body goes, "Ugh." And so the thing with like the feet is like reflexology and things where it's going to impact the different parts of the feet, and it's different, but it is kind of the same. Like it's a different facet to what we're talking about. It's not exactly the same, but it's not exactly different. You know what I mean? It's just like here versus here. Like, it's still in front of me, but they are slightly like different. And so, there are kind of hot spots where, if you shift those things, we're diminishing the dysregulation. I'd say the feet is diminishing the potential for dysregulation if I was to boil it down.
Great. Okay. I missed something. When you named hip flexors and you named something before that I wasn't.
Diaphragm. The
Diaphragm,
diaphragm. Yeah.
of course.
Yeah. And I mean, think about how much time I'm like, and another thing about the diaphragm,
Yep. Yep.
diaphragm, the
Yep. Yep.
diaphragm, and it's because of that. Like it's a way to regulate the potential of, rest and repair and fight flight. The more that we have short, rapid breathing, the more that not only are we in a dysregulated state, but we're going deeper into a dysregulated state because it's affecting how the nerves function. The more that we slow down our breath and deepen our breath and have like a fuller breath, the more that it tones the part of the nervous system associated with action and activity, but it also tones and deepens the action of vagal tone, which is rest and repair. So,
You always kind of knock us out and then teach this,
it's my diabolical. That's why we record things, so.
Oh, that is so funny. Okay, so the other part of the question is for base of skull and feet. I use vetiver, spikenard. Now I'm you going to be using Palo Santo. Are there other things that you suggest?
Yeah, like cedar could work, like especially cedar up at the base of the skull, just because the cedar kind of connects like the heart and the crown, like it mixes and kind of strengthens the brain. Another one that I like to use is poplar balsam, and the reason being that poplar is kind of a bit unique in that it calms down dysregulation. And usually, like here, we're talking about Palo Santo. Doesn't really do a whole lot for vagal tone, but it's a good one to knock down dysregulation in the nervous system. And if you think of even the idea of rose, Rose doesn't really increase vagal tone so much, but it does knock down dysregulation. That's why it's so activating in the heart. It makes you kind of calm down that survival mode so that you can have a sense of peace and well-being, right? Poplar is kind of interesting because it it diminishes dysregulation, but it also increases vagal tone. There's not a lot of things that do both. Lemongrass kind of does both. But poplar like is kind of, how we had that blend universal healer, which is just a bunch of poplar with a little bit of bay laurel. But that idea of universal healer is really more the poplar than anything. It's just kind of, you can throw poplar at anything and it's going to have some sort of impact. Yeah, so like
Okay.
putting poplar back there, it's very nice. Like do it like in a roller ball so that you can just like guide it onto that spot, because the oil is expensive. But I'm in the process of making a poplar with a couple of different absolutes and the CO2 where we can bring the price down substantially and have people be able to use it more often and not have to hold back because it's such an expensive oil.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, would you use most of those on feet too, or would you? Because I
You could,
I use
like
mostly.
like poplar is a good example. You could use it on the feet, but it's like so expensive. It's like, you know, I'm gonna give
So,
myself a treat. But vetiver, spikenard, all those things, definitely. Yeah.
okay, vetiver and spikenard are your two go-tos for the feet.
Yeah. But even like like sometimes I don't talk about other things because of price. Like rose is
Sure.
good down there. Um, I remember I did that ointment one time with the jasmine. The jasmine can be very good on the feet. And so things that calm down the dysregulation, but like poplar is great for down there, but it's just so expensive. It's like it's not really cost effective. And so but if you had a little bit and you're like, well, I'm going to treat myself, it's very nice. It's very, very nice.
I will stick with my vetiver and spikenard
Yeah,
that I love.
that's the smart practical thing to do.
Thank you so
You're so
much.
welcome.
And go ahead, Tejal.
Hey.
Hey Greg, this is Immune System 4.0. Oh my God, so far it's so relaxing for me.
Oh, good.
And first segment, thank you for that cycle we did it. Remember and physicalize and then let it go, the situation.
Hmm.
And after this, the break, when we applied the couple of drops to the side of the skull and the back,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
it is very relaxing. Like I
Yeah,
feel
isn't
lot
it?
of tension. It's released like I'm 5 kg to 1 kg. Like so much relax
Oh,
on
good.
the head area. So recently my question is like I have a lot of tension around my eyes and the head. I feel little heavier, not the relaxed and calm.
Hmm.
And after doing this cycle, I feel so much relaxed.
Yeah, I would keep going down that rabbit hole. Like like sides of the head, the back of the head, but also those muscles along the sides of the neck. And it will still continue to take tension out of the head.
Yeah, I did that. And my other question is like before 2 weeks, I went to see my eye doctor, and
Hmm.
my eyeglasses, reading glass I have, that number has increased, and something is not uh, during the scanning. So he referred me to see eye specialist for what we call glaucoma.
Right.
So, and my appointment is in the March, the first available. So, do you suggest or recommend any like continue doing this Palo Santo or any other oil?
Yeah. Like if you think of glaucoma as an autoimmune issue, and so the immune system is starting to go into hypervigilance, and so which is a kind of dysregulation. So the more that you keep unwinding dysregulation in the body, the more that the immune system calms down, and it can potentially reverse some of the autoimmune type tendencies.
So, just use this Palo Santo like on the feet and the
Yeah,
head
I would use it
area,
on the
the
head a
side
lot.
head.
Like I would
Okay,
use it on the sides of the head, the back of the head, and on those muscles along the
right.
sides of your neck. Yeah.
Okay, and the last question is like we have couple of oils. We take it internally, like lemongrass, lemon. I take the rosemary and sandalwood.
Hmm.
So, if I add Palo Santo, how can I incorporate like different
Yeah,
times
a
of
couple
the
of drops
day?
in water. Yeah, a couple of drops in water. It doesn't really matter, beginning of the day, end of the day. Um, I never find that it really knocks me out. Like, but it does like kind of, how you went from like feeling normal and then you went, ooh, I'm feeling a little relaxed. It does do
Yeah.
that. It does take some of the dysregulation out. And if there's anxiety or stress or something like that, it will diminish the stress response and the
So
anxiety.
doesn't matter if I take two, three different oils at different time, like morning,
No,
afternoon, and evening.
yeah,
Okay.
that's totally fine. Yeah.
Okay. And we have that the brainwave class, the different oils. So if I inhale, that will help me anyway. Or the
Brainwave.
Palo Santo is the best.
For helping you for what?
Just to relax my brain or maybe nervous system. Like we have
Yeah,
brainwave
probably
class.
do theta, like the theta waves.
Data.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
I'm so happy you're doing this, Greg.
Oh,
When
you're so sweet. Thank you.
when we went to the sides of the head, finally I could feel at least a lift out of pressure come off the solar plexus.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
literally could feel a lift, and then as we proceeded, you're freeing me up so much. Thank you.
You're
Um,
so welcome.
and what with the previous caller, I was just wondering that tension, what we're talking about, the head, the
Hmm.
jaws, and all that. I mean, besides the fact I know it affects my sinuses, could it somewhat affect sometimes your vision in a way,
It could. Sure.
circulation wise,
Yeah,
even?
yeah. Because you have the muscles around the eyes, but they're all still connected to some of the cranial nerves and things. And so when you start taking pressure off of the muscle and fascia of the head, you're starting to take pressure off the cranial nerves. And if you think about like if this was a nerve, like the weight of a nickel will cause that nerve to puff up, and
Oh,
so the more that there starts to be pressure on the nerve, if there's a moderate amount of pressure on a nerve, and if it starts to puff, it starts to have more pressure as it goes along the pathway, the nerve becomes excited. And then if there is more than a moderate amount of pressure, the nerve starts to go to sleep, just like when you sit on your foot. That can happen anywhere in your body. And so, like, that's a big issue in the gut is that nerves either get excited or they go to sleep. And so, that idea is the more that you take pressure off of the nerves and allow them to function properly, then the nerves of like the eyes, the nose, the tongue, all the things that the cranial nerves do. We didn't do the cranial nerve class, did we?
No.
No, okay. Um, I didn't think we did, but like it's
You
been a
never know.
blur. Yeah.
Only on us.
Right. The more that you do that, the more that all the senses get refined, you know.
excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
A lot of times, like if you think about like how we get overreactive in different situations, it's a dulling of the nerves or it's a dulling of the senses. And so we become really reactive. The more that we refine the nerves and we refine the senses, we're able to process like more information and we become less reactive and we become more cognitive. And so, something like taking attention out of the head or, even like Ravensara that we're going to talk about here in a bit, it's more about refining the nerves, the sensory nerves and the cranial nerves and things, the senses. And in doing so, it is another level of calming down the nervous system. Calming down and regulating the nervous system, I should say.
well, I think it's fascinating what you shared about the nickel and then things beyond that going to sleep. That would really explain.
Yeah.
It would just we get numbed
I
out.
mean,
Yeah.
it's like like when dealing with like say a back issue or something, it's what, an impingement, like when you hear the term impingement, it's usually when cartilage or bone is pressing a nerve. And then you hear the term entrapment, and that's when connective tissue through tension compresses on a nerve. And in doing so, it causes the nerve to get excited, which would exaggerate like pain syndromes and things like this, dysfunction in the area, the cause of trigger points and things. And then sometimes people go, well, it doesn't hurt you anymore, so it's okay. But it could be that the nerves have gone to sleep, which means that that tissue in that area is not getting the nerve flow in that area, and the tissue begins to atrophy. Like you start to lose like function and tension. And so if you look at the idea of function up in the head with the eyes or the nose or the tongue or something, um, if the nerves are compressed enough to where they're going to a sleep, then things start to atrophy. So it could be like vision, it could be, losing the sense of taste. Your nose isn't functioning like it should, so you might lose the sense of smell. All kinds of things can happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, I have had a dull ache on my shoulder and neck for the last week. It just released.
Very good. Yeah, very, very good. Yeah, it's funny how just shifting the nervous system will do it. Even if it doesn't do it completely, it makes it easier to treat later.
Question for someone who has recurring nightmares that where are picking up violent events or premonitions of what is happening in the world. What would be a good approach with the Palo Santo for that?
The things we've already talked about, like the more like those things are happening, but the more that our nervous system is dysregulated, the more we get like entangled in them and we can't just observe them and then step away from them. And so, it's upsetting things are happening. And so, that's why I was even saying, we have our personal past events, but sometimes it is the thing in the news. It is the things that we see happening. And so the ability to observe it, but then not get entangled in it is a thing. And I mean, that's starting to be a skill set that we all need to develop.
So Palo Santo in our pockets.
Palo Santo in our pockets, yeah.
Someone shared, ready for the outer pajamas, but I have to shovel snow.
Yeah, I hear you.
Good shares, good questions, guys.
Well, if we get rolling, we're gonna run late. How about we'll break for lunch right now? We'll come back at 1:45 and then we'll hit the ground with Radha and Sarah. Hey everybody, let's come on back. Give me just a second here. Just getting my notes all. Okay, so we did Palo Santo quite extensively before the lunch break. Now we're going to slip into Ravensara. And, first off, Ravensara is, as far as the immune system goes, very strong antiviral. It's one of the ones where we did that 4-pack with, remember, Eucalyptus radiata and tea tree and Ravensara, and there was one more.
Was it the antiviral?
Neoli. I
Yeah.
think it was Neoli. And so, all of those are very strong antivirals. Same with bay laurel. And then you have like the really premium antivirals, which are Melissa and Monarda. We used Melissa and Monarda quite extensively through the whole COVID issue of, really stimulating the immune system's ability to fight off the viruses, especially like viruses that were new. The thing with the COVID-19, COVID has been around for a very long time. But the COVID-19 was, a mutation that the body just had a hard time dealing with. So we use strong antivirals through all that. Thyme would be another one that you could throw in as a very strong antiviral. The thing that I like about Ravensara, if we're going to isolate and just talk about Ravensara, is it has the ability to tone the body or fortify the body after the body has gone through a period of being dysregulated over a period of time. Now, the issue with long-term dysregulation is it can run down the body system. It can diminish and weaken the immune system. And so you're more prone to be sick because the immune system is on red alert all the time. And then pretty soon it's just like it never got sleep. It's never recovered. It's just, drinking coffee, staying up at night, going, something's about to happen. I can feel it. Right. And then, years goes by and it's just worn out. It's still on red alert but worn out and reacting to anything at the drop of a hat. And so there's two things that I really like about Ravensara for this. So for one, the Ravensara has a very strong impact of helping to fortify a depleted immune system and just depleted nerves, depleted body, right? So one of the things that I used to use Ravensara for, I would combine it with some different things, um, is like when I was treating whiplash. If you think of the idea of dysregulation, you get into a car accident, your body has a freak out moment because of the injury, the accident, all of the above. Your body goes into a very strong dysregulated state. And even though you start taking anti-inflammatories and pain relievers and, all the things that you do, the body still keeps degenerating, you know? So the thing is your body is going into this degenerative state, even though the situation's over and you're using things and therapies and everything to help stabilize the body and the systems, the body is still in this dysregulated state. So it's not just about um, treating the injuries itself. You have to fortify the system because what happens over a period of time due to the dysregulation is one of the things that settles in is a tremendous amount of fatigue, right? Like, so after the accident, usually is about 3 or 4 weeks out, maybe 2 months out, the person starts to feel tired. They're not sleeping very well, right? So they're starting to get run down. Ravensara is very good at helping to fortify the system so the body doesn't get run down, or it diminishes the tendency to get run down. Now, the other side of that coin is Ravensara is considered what you would call an adaptogen. And so an adaptogen is a really interesting like oil or herb. And it's a substance that you give to help bring the body um, to a place of balance. It helps the body adapt to the stressful situation, to the dysregulation. So something like Ravensara helps bring the body to balance regardless of what direction the balance is out. The body could be out in a lot of different ways. And instead of going, oh, I got to assess what's going on, if you give an adaptogen, the adaptogen keeps moving the body to a place where it comes back to this balanced state. So again, going to that idea of dysregulation, it's offsetting the effect of the dysregulation, right? It's helping to strengthen and fortify the body, but also it's helping the body to restore after long periods of dysregulation. Going back to the neural cycle, you have the incident, right? The incident or the perception. Then you go, I got to go into action mode. I have to fight. I have to run. I have to freeze. I have to fawn. I have to do some version of that, right? Then when you're in that survival field, at some point, hopefully the body goes, okay, situation resolved. Let's go into the completion phase. Let's start turning off the fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Let's turn all of that off, right? Let's not get dysregulated. We're done, right? Well, most times we get stuck in that loop, right? So the thing with Ravensara is it helps to go into the completion phase. Even if it was 20 years ago, it will help you go into the completion phase, but at the same time, it will strengthen the deficiency that came from being in that dysregulated state for 20 years, right? And so the thing that I would say about Ravensara, and it was that idea of also the blend. What did I call that? I think I called it mental steel. Isn't that a blend?
Yeah.
So mental steel was a bunch of antivirals, but basically it's to offset the depletion that can happen within the body and the nervous system eventually will manifest as a mental depletion and cause the mind to start thinking and behaving in weird ways, right? Hypothetical thinking. What about this? What about that? What if I do this? What are people going to say about me? What about this? What if I do this? Something bad's going to happen, and I go off and I forget my credit card. And what if I do this and I forget to tie my shoes? Or it starts to be, as ridiculous as that sounds, it starts to be a lot of weird thinking like that. And really, what that is not that the person is mentally ill, it's that they're mentally depleted, right? That's all it is. The mind got depleted, right? So with that, Ravensara actually has an impact on fortifying and strengthening the mind. And so it's an oil that gets overlooked a lot, including by me. Like, like every time I start thinking about Ravensara, it's like, how do I not use this every day? Like, how do I? And I'll get a bottle out and I'll stick it on the coffee table. I use it for 3 or 4 days. I start feeling a little bit better. And then I forget about it. And the reason being that we're very motivated by symptom-oriented issues, like this big thing, that bad thing. I'm uncomfortable in this area. Where Ravensara is a little bit more subtle, Like, it's a little bit more in the background. It's not a thing that you throw at some big massive thing. Maybe a respiratory infection or a viral infection, something like that. But it's usually something that is supportive over a period of time rather than the big rock star that comes out and just knocks a symptom out right off the bat. It's this quiet supportive function that happens over a long period of time that is really easily overlooked. It really, you could use it in big dosages in a salt bath, big dosages internally, big dosages topically or neat. It's good for like things like shingles. It's good for pain syndromes, but it's more of that supportive aspect and bringing the body back to that place of balance and homeostasis rather than being all chaotic and depleted and run down and still in that loop where it hasn't gone from the action activity fight flight into completion and then eventually into restoration. Ravensara is really good at helping the body restore, right? And so with that, there's a bunch of things that it's good for. A lot of it is either immune oriented or nerve oriented. And again, not to be confused with Ravintsara, right? Ravintsara is not the same plant. It's a little bit of a different chemical makeup. Ravensara is very good for respiratory complaints. Ravensara or Ravensara, which we're using right now, is very good for these things that we're talking about with fortifying the system and helping with bring balance to the body and dealing with fatigue, be it physical fatigue or mental fatigue. And so with that, let's have you pull out your Ravensara. And begin inhaling. Let's just do some nice, simple, general inhalations. I think the thing that you could say is Ravensara is very good for building your resilience. Resilience isn't something where you go, oh, I'm resilient deficient, or like I pulled my resilience and I gotta like you just gotta calm it down and get it back to where it's at. You don't really realize it until you go like, man, I'm worn down, I'm tired, I'm getting sick a lot, I'm not bouncing back like I should, my mind's not clear like it used to be, I'm forgetting things, you know. So your vitality or your resilience has gone down. And so Ravensara is very good for that. I used to mix it with, well, it's actually, I think it's the adrenal support, which is Ravensara, Timlenolol. There's something else in there and a little tiny bit of oregano.
I love that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what that is. So you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Basil. Basil. Yeah, and so adrenal support is what I used to use for whiplash, and it's a lot of Ravensara and then Timlenolol, basil with just a hint of oregano. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. So you notice that like it kind of feels good on the sinuses, it feels good on the body. You notice like it's not over the top, but the body feels a little stronger, your mind feels a little clearer. If you want, you don't have to. I would take a couple drops and a little bit of water, a little bit of water or juice. Take 2 or 3 drops. So anything that's an adaptogen, usually taking a few drops is um, relaxing, balancing, strengthening, fortifying. I'll take some. So here's the other fun things that I like to do with it. Rub it on the bottom of your feet, rub it on your wrist. I would like to put like maybe 4 or 5 drops on the solar plexus itself. So go ahead and take 4 or 5 drops, rub it together, and then rub it into the bottoms of your feet. A few drops on your wrists, a few drops on your solar plexus, and then let's just see how you feel after that. So again, you're rubbing on a few drops on your wrist, a few drops on each sole of your foot.
So I have feet, wrists, and solar plexus. So
And if you're looking for another place to put it, take a few drops, rub it on your ears. Like it's just a good delivery system. Just get it on the ears. Yeah. And then just be still for a moment. Just let it do its magic. How'd that make you feel?
here.
You're right. So Samantha says it makes her feel happier. Like in the old days when I was doing healing every day, I would have very long days. And so I started doing this thing where like, about 2 or 3 o'clock, I was like, it's time for caffeine. Like, because I needed to still do, several healings. And if I did caffeine in the afternoon, I wouldn't sleep very well that night. So I started taking Ravensara about 3, maybe 4 o'clock, and I would have energy, but it wasn't like stimulating. So like I could take it, and if it was like, okay, you just took it, maybe you should go to bed, I could still go to bed. Like, even though I had energy, like it wasn't like it was going to keep me up and so it's nice that way. Can be very helpful in shingles, treating shingles, apply it topically to the shingles in an ointment. Yeah. Okay, so we notice how we feel. Let's take it a little bit deeper. Let's do a pattern. Okay, so you're going to inhale with your awareness on your lungs. So you're still inhaling on the lungs. Regular use of Ravensara will help the body like normalize, like throw off that fight flight drive and go into the cycle of completion and then eventually restoration. It doesn't do it overnight, but over a period of time can be very restoring and normalizing to the body. You're on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the liver. Right hand side below your ribs. Now, you're going to your gallbladder, so you're going to your midline of your body. So if you draw a line down the center of your body, and you're at that midline, you're going 2 inches to your right below the ribs. So 2 inches to your right below the ribs. This will impact the gallbladder. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then to your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Now move over to the spleen, left hand side of your body, below the ribs. Pause and be still. How does that feel? Yeah. So if you think of like that idea of like it's strengthening, it's good for the nerves, it's kind of calming, soothing, balancing, it's bringing a kind of um, like restorative action or normalizing action to the nervous system. Melissa is that. If you think about like, oh, got a little bit upset, got angry, or just feel weird, and you take Melissa and you're like, the world's a better place now. Like, everything feels okay. Everything feels better. It's the same kind of function. It's that idea of normalizing, regulating, and then eventually resilience building. And, the Melissa has a little bit more impact on the emotions, Ravensara a little bit more on the mind. And so it's that same idea. And with that, we're going to do another cycle of that because we can.
A little's great.
Yeah, a little great. Yeah.
Great.
Your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the liver. Your awareness is on the liver. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go to your gallbladder. So again, your midline, 2 inches to your right, below the ribs. Then the kidneys, your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then over to your spleen, left hand side below your ribs. And then just pause and be still. Notice how you feel your body, your emotions, your mind. For me, like if again, it's not going to like knock out some big like system where you, but just like there's this underneath, like, yeah, I feel a little better. I feel good. I feel more resilient. I feel, you know, something. And I just like when I do any work with Robin SAR and I sit with it and I always go first, why am I not using this all the time? And then two, I feel more settled. Like, I just, everything didn't feel unsettled. But then I used it and I was like, yeah, but I feel a lot more settled. Like I'm a better version of me, you know? So let's go ahead and do shares and questions. Unmute yourself, type in.
Well, I think that goes with, I feel exactly the same. Like I'm so excited to remember Raven Sarah right now. And, thinking of the immune system and it's like always trying to like put up the dukes to like fight
Mhm.
things off. And this is just like, it's like putting my system back in balance. And it's like, oh, you can be relaxed.
Right,
You can be strong.
right.
Like it's It's really
And,
frustrating.
and I'd say if you're prone to hypervigilance in the immune system, so any sort of autoimmune tendencies, this could be something just gradually used over a period of time to help bring the body to that place of like neutrality, you know. And just because the body's been diagnosed with an autoimmune issue or you have those tendencies, it does not mean a forever thing. You can undo those. It's just that sometimes they get so far along, and there's usually not very good treatments for it. There's not something that, traditionally. But when you start using like adaptogens and, like one of the things that we've talked about using for autoimmune issues is the use of reishi, for example, the tincture, reishi mushroom. And big aspect of reishi mushroom, it's an adaptogen, you know. We talk about using cistus excuse me, for autoimmune issues. Cistus is an adaptogen. Like, there's these adaptogens that are just quietly doing what they do. And if you use them over a period of time, it helps to normalize and settle the body. Life has happened, things have happened. We've had, bad jobs and an accident and maybe a bad relationship or two or whatever it might be. And as much as we feel like emotions might be doing something or our thoughts might be doing something, a lot of it is the body is unsettled, right? So if we go through and we start doing things to settle the body, a lot of times you go, God, emotionally and mentally, I feel so much better. It's because those emotions and thoughts are a byproduct of an unsettled body, you know. And so if you think about the neural cycles, your body goes through and completes and restores. And so you break out of those loops. That's the settling. And so yeah, so
Yeah.
shares.
Yeah, go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, to know.
Hey Greg, I actually didn't have the Ravansara, but I did have a blend that had it in it, so that's kind of what I was using. And
Yeah, which blend did you have?
well, it's not from you.
Oh,
It's
okay.
one that I've had for many years. It's one called Breathe, and I did look it up, and it has it said it had, the Ravansara and laurel leaf. I guess it had a couple of different things in
Oh, it
there.
sounds like it's antiviral. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so for
Yeah,
sure.
very
Yeah,
antiviral.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. But yeah, I liked how it made my mind clearer, I guess you could say.
Yeah, that's like the thing with mental steel, which I don't know what else is in that blend, but it's the mental steel is like bay laurel and Ravansara, and I can't remember like Naoli maybe.
I'm wondering if
Um,
I wrote it in the thing.
yeah, it's I could check it out, but it's a lot of those kinds of oils that you would use to fortify the body against viruses, but also at the same time, it's fortifying to the mind, you know?
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
very nice. I had a question. I don't know if it was on Ravansara, but I think it was
Mhm.
during the Palo Santo
Sure.
piece. It's just a
It might
term,
be.
and
Those are
it's
the shoes
called
you
the,
used.
whoops.
It's okay, I got him. You're good.
Yeah, it's antimicrobial. Can you describe what that means a little
Yeah,
bit?
the
Yeah.
microbes that like can be in water or like when you clean your hands and things like that. Yeah.
Okay,
Just
so
helps it just helps to get rid of that stuff.
the kind of like with germs, I guess,
Germs.
and
Yeah.
that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks again for this class
You're
too.
so welcome. Glad you're enjoying.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, isn't it nice?
Oh my
It's
gosh.
not like you'd go, oh, I need me some Ravensara, but when you do it, or it's like, how am I not doing this all the time?
Exactly. My body
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, thank you. That's so nice."
Yeah.
And the word settling, yeah, just kind of like
Yeah.
it's very
Like I didn't feel stressed. I took some like while you guys were doing it. I was like, my body feels a little less stressed out now. I feel a little bit more settled. I feel,
Mhm.
and I wasn't feeling unsettled, you know.
Yeah. So if you were going to take it internally for autoimmune,
Hmm.
and specifically it's Hashimoto's,
Okay.
uh, would you recommend Ravensara for that?
I mean, I would say any sort of adaptogen.
Okay.
Ravensara definitely could be, again, it's not necessarily a direct like treatment for Hashimoto's, but I would throw it in the mix. You
Okay.
know, clove is traditionally used to balance out the thyroid, but with
Okay.
Hashimoto's, you are dealing with a hypervigilant immune system as well.
Yeah.
And so, I would throw like Ravensara at it, maybe Cistus.
Okay.
Fir balsam could also be used. Fir
Okay.
balsam's not an adaptogen, but it still has an impact on hypervigilance.
Okay.
Melissa,
Yep.
even lavender is still in the adaptogen kind of arena.
Okay.
And so, one of the things because, autoimmune is has that hypervigilant component. I really
Mm-hmm.
like the idea of rotating, because like if you keep using the same thing over, pretty soon the immune system is like, I don't know about this Ravensara, because
Okay. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's causing a shift. And so if you keep it like
On
the
its
immune
toes.
system and so like on it back on its heels even like a little bit,
Yeah.
like wait, yesterday was lavender. What's this Ravensara thing? And then Sis today, like I don't know what's happening. And
Yeah.
you keep moving it towards that settled, that
Mm-hmm.
settling. And I would say, a good example of this is with psoriasis.
Mm.
Psoriasis is also an autoimmune issue, and we'll use something like fir balsam or we use parsley a lot, and then I have that blend psoriasis, and so what starts to happen is even spikenard, you start putting it on that area, it starts to get better, and then pretty soon it stops working, right? Anytime you see that, there's hypervigilance in the immune system.
Sure.
Like whenever something works and then it doesn't. The body is like shutting down because it's in that dysregulated state and it's protecting that dysregulated state.
Sure.
And so you just kind of keep rotating it so that it never kind of gets an idea of what's coming. And so
Yep.
that's the way that I would handle it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think at one point you might have said frankincense and myrrh is good for thyroid.
Frankincense and myrrh is very good for stimulating the overall function of the endocrine system as well as
Got it.
being anti-inflammatory. And
Okay.
so we use that a lot to stimulate proper function in the endocrine system.
Okay.
But again, I wouldn't say that it's specific to
Okay. Okay.
the
Yeah.
thyroid, but it would hit the whole thing. And if it was really specific to anything, I would say it would be the hypothalamus. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's the other ones plus reishi, right? Reishi is usually pretty.
Reishi, ashwagandha,
Uh-huh.
rhodiola,
Yep.
all those
Yeah,
are
I have those.
adaptogens. Holy basil. Holy basil
Mm-hmm.
is really good.
Okay.
Yeah. Schizandra. Schizandra is a super good adaptogen.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Lots of options.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. And
Good thing.
this, and can you just maybe highlight what's the difference between Ravinsara and Ravintsara?
So the Ravint Sara, the one we're not using right now, isn't quite as complex as Ravin Sara,
Yeah.
and usually is used more for treating respiratory related issues.
Okay.
It doesn't quite have the adaptogen component to it the way Ravinsara does.
Okay.
And so I don't know whose idea was to make two so close together, but they are somewhat similar, even though they're different plants and different. But
Mm-hmm.
when push comes to shove, I usually tend to Ravinsara, the one we're using right now, versus
Mm-hmm.
Ravint.
Okay.
They're some people say they're interchangeable, and I was like, Ravensar is very good for it's still good for the nerves, but better for just like respiratory oriented issues.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
Um,
there's more the chemical, and if you look at the chemistry breakdown, there's more cineol in the Ravensara.
okay, got it.
Yeah. Which is like cineol is like regular rosemary is a lot of cineol,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah. And I should say, just on this last protocol, the one thing about settling is I could feel like the releases coming out of the back of the chakras, just
Oh
like
yeah, sure.
energy
Yeah,
going.
throwing stress off, throwing off dysregulation.
It was
Yeah.
very, very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you for
It's
that.
very soothing and settling. Like I keep using the word settling. It's very settling.
It is. It's very, very
And I
nice.
didn't feel unsettled, but I took some just a few minutes ago, and I'm like, God, why didn't I start the day off that way?
I think that's a good idea, starting the day
Yeah,
off that way.
yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, ma.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. Greg, this has been great. I don't know if this is meant to be sleep therapy or hypnosis, but I cannot keep. I mean, I can't keep up doing the steps because I keep falling asleep. I slept throughout the whole
Yeah,
break.
if you think about like what we're talking about, like with the adaptogen part, like is if we're depleted, it helps to normalize it. If we're stressed out, it helps to unwind the stress. If we're over agitated in the immune system, it helps to normalize that. And so the body goes into the place of being like in a normal state or a restorative state. And so, yeah.
Yeah. So even after the Palo Santo, I slept throughout the whole break. I can't keep up.
Very
Can't
good.
stay. But I had a question about Ravinsara. I know you mentioned Melissa, and I've been using Melissa based on your recommendation for a while
Hmm.
now.
Hmm.
So how does, you said something, there was a similarity,
Yeah,
or
well,
like they're used for different.
they're an adaptogen. So, they're good for settling the nerves. They're good for, again, bringing that normalizing effect. Melissa tends to like come more of the the signaling that comes out of the sympathetic nervous system, which is, a different way of saying your body starts to generate emotions that it's trying to get the attention of the mind, right? So the Melissa is very calming and soothing to that signaling that then is like it not only does it calm the emotions, it prevents and diminishes the tendency to signal. Like, you're calming the body down. So like the overstimulation of the signaling um, diminishes, where the Ravensara doesn't so much calm the emotions like that, but it does calm some of the instinctual responses, which is like for the mind. Like it will impact the mind. Like your mind will feel a little clearer. Like you'll notice that, how like sometimes when you're tired or you're a little run down or burned out, and it comes time to like think something out, and it's just you might not think these exact words, but you just don't think it out that well because it's like I don't have the juice in my mind to think this out. So you just make like a snap, like this is what this is. Where if the mind is fortified, it has the juice in its legs to sit and like kind of think something out and process it. And so this is like a form of like mental stress. And so they would also refer to it as stress of concentration. And when the body is in a stress state, your ability to concentrate and process information is diminished. So Ravensara is very good for this aspect of stress of concentration or enhancing your ability to concentrate and like process things.
Okay, thank you. Is this like when taken, because the way you told me to take Melissa is a couple drops in water. So
Yeah,
is
two,
this the
three
same?
drops. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. In
Yeah, yeah.
water. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
not
I
sustained inhalation or anything.
Inhalation will work. You could put it on your body, you could put it on
Mm-hmm.
your wrist, but like especially for the mental part, I would say either a lot of inhalations, a lot like on the feet or on the wrists, or 2 or 3 drops in water a couple of times a day.
Okay,
I
perfect.
like when I use it, I tend to do all of that. You know what I mean? It's like if I'm going to go, I mean, that's the other thing about an adaptogen is you can kind of take big dosages of it and it's, not going to cause you any sort of disruption. It keeps just moving the body back to a balanced state. And
Mm.
so when I was younger, like I'll give you an example. Uh, I was like in my early 20s and like, I was having a rough time. I'd go in and I'd see this acupuncturist and he'd pull out this big bottle of reishi and they were tablets. And I mean, there was like 100 of them in there. And he'd give me this bottle and he'd go, half today, half tomorrow.
Wow.
And I'd go, half of what? And he'd go, half of the bottle. I go, there's like 50 tablets in here. And he'd go, yeah. And I'd go, seriously, that's a big dosage. And he goes, half today, half tomorrow. And I was like, that seems a little nuts, and I would do it. And oh God, I'd feel like myself again. And then so I got to where I was like, hey, I need another bottle of that Rishi. And, I would go long periods of time without needing it. And, he would just have me chew the tablets up and it would pull me out of these funks that I just, it wasn't like anything bad happened. I was just like not in a good place, and all of a sudden I'd be out of it. And so again, the idea is the adaptogen quality of it. Like it helps to normalize the nervous system. It helps to normalize the body so that everything kind of goes back into a place of balance and homeostasis.
Okay, thank you. So this is in regards to Ravinsara, but
Mhm.
Melissa is just intake with water, right?
You could still do the same pattern and everything that we just did with Ravinsara with Melissa. Sure, you could
Okay.
do inhalation, like if you're stressed out or like something happens at work or you get a little upset, you inhale the Melissa and it will calm things down very quickly.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I take it with water and it's just like an immediate, it's like a switch,
It's
you know.
immediate. Yeah,
Yes.
it's immediate.
Yes. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
addictive, but I just cannot live without it anymore.
I mean, even when I don't have anything going on, I was like, yeah, I feel pretty good. I'll take Melissa. I was like, I feel so
I feel
much
better.
better. Like I didn't realize I felt bad, but I thought I was having a great day until I took Melissa, and it's yeah. But that's that aspect of the adaptogen. And different adaptogens are a little bit better in different areas, but I mean, Melissa is just one of the best ones. I mean, it's just ugh, it's
So
hard
what?
to replace that, but like this one does a little something a little different.
Yeah, yeah. So what exactly do you mean by adaptogen? I'm sorry, I might have missed it in my naps.
Regardless of how the body's out of balance,
Uh-huh.
it keeps pushing the body into balance. Like it fortifies the body and it keeps like helping the body like handle stress, discharge stress, adapt to stress, and
Okay.
then it completes those neural loops. So it completes it so you go out of fight, flight, rest and repair, and you slip into rest and repair. You go out of fight, flight, freeze, fawn, complete the cycle, discharges that tendency, and then your body goes into restoring itself. So, if there's depletions, it starts to normalize the depletions. It just keeps pushing the body to like a more normalized state. And then it starts to build like a kind of endurance or resilience in the body.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great. Thanks.
Good.
And go ahead, Danelle.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. Hey, with all the talk about adaptogens, for
Mhm.
rheumatoid arthritis, would you recommend these things you've been talking about? I have
Yeah,
been taking
rheumatoid is
Maroc and
auto
thyme.
has an autoimmune, it's an autoimmune issue. And, I used to have these like, friends that were like old time osteopaths and everything.
Yeah,
And we used to sit around and, sit in the backyard and the porch and just talk shop or whatever. It was great days. And one of the things that we would just kind of like talk out theory wise is, rheumatoid arthritis is autoimmune, but you look at something like osteoarthritis, which is like where the joints, like of the hips or the knees or the back, are breaking down. And, they're usually
yeah,
weight-bearing exercise, weight-bearing joints. And
right.
so usually through injury, through spasms in and around the joint, things like that. But like as we would talk it out and, just based on all of our experiences and everything, that, even other forms of arthritis kind of have an autoimmune vibe to them. They're not quite autoimmune. And if you got tested, they would say no. But
Hmm.
there's still this like weird hypervigilance. And if you think like for the body, if a joint is compromised, then the body doesn't feel stable. Like, and so the body doesn't feel stable and then starts sending signals to the brain, hey, I don't feel stable, right? And so there tends to be this um, overstimulation, hypervigilance that starts to happen in the immune system because if the body doesn't feel stable, then the immune system goes, well, shields up, red alert. Let's make sure we don't get hurt. Let's make sure we don't get injured. You've got calcium
Yeah.
deposits in the knee. Of course, let's be careful because you can't run like you could. You can't fight like you could. Like so, red alert. And so I would say any sort of arthritic kind of condition I would throw some form of adaptogen at it, if not even rotating them a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And just all the ones you've gone over, like
Yeah.
cystis
I mean,
and
I could give you a list, but I mean, we're like lavender is another one.
yeah,
Shazandra is a good one. Uh,
Sandra. Okay.
yeah. Let me look up my list. Black cumin. Think about it. How many times I go
That one
black
I do
cumin,
take.
black cumin.
Yeah.
Another one's black cumin. And another thing of black cumin. Like holy basil, Melissa.
Okay.
Spikenard, vetiver, Spanish sage, all of these would be in the realm of
Okay.
adaptogens.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Yeah, because
Mm.
the main one I've heard of course, is ashwagandha and
Yeah,
rhodiola
for
and
herb, rhodiola,
for herbs.
ashwagandha,
Yeah. Yeah.
reishi, some kinds of ginseng, yeah,
And ginseng too. Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
great. Yeah.
astragalus.
Yes. And with taking these things, it shouldn't interact because I do take a Western medication, to keep the
Shouldn't,
joints. It
yeah,
so those should be
shouldn't,
safe with it. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
shouldn't mess with it. I,
Perfect.
I mean, the thing with adaptogens is they're usually very gentle.
Okay.
It would be hard to throw the body out of whack because it actually does the opposite. It
Yeah.
brings the body from being out of whack to being back in whack. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Okay.
so like it would be hard to take. I mean, of course we could take too much, but
Of
you
course.
would have to work hard at it.
Okay, yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
good. I really like the black cumin tincture.
Yeah.
That really brings down the inflammation quite a
Yeah.
bit, which is it's really nice.
Yeah. I would agree. Like, and again, um, in the Quran, they say black cumin or black seed will cure everything except death. They use it for a
Okay, yeah,
cure-all, you know,
yeah,
and it's because of the adaptogen qualities to it,
yes,
you
that's
know.
great. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't realize that lavender was an adaptogen, so
Mhm.
that's really good to know.
Yeah, again, one we forget about, we don't think about, like out of all the lavenders, They all are adaptogen, but lavender maliate is substantially stronger as an
Oh,
adaptogen
okay.
compared to
Okay.
the other lavenders.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's also the most relaxing. It's the most relaxing because it's the strongest adaptogen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so.
And Greg, you were talking about mental still. Can you clarify what is in mental still if we look it up?
Yeah, I have to look it up. It may take me a little bit to find it. Give me a sec. Hmm. I did that Ravinsara and I'm like,
If it helps, Greg, originally it was called Greg's Blend.
mental still. Okay, I found it. Bay laurel, Ravinsara, rosemary, verbena, and cypress, Spanish sage, and myrtle.
All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I think those were the questions and shares for now, though. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take a little break. We'll come back at 20 till the hour and we'll talk about lavender. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. So we did Ravinsara and now we're doing lavender. And you could say these two are friends. They blend well together, they play well together, they kind of enhance each other. So, as far as the immune system is concerned, lavender is very good for colds, flus, even fevers, especially eruptive fevers. Like, you get like a really bad fever, something that might even be liver related. It's a broad antiviral. It's not quite the antiviral that Ravinsara is, but it still has an antiviral property to it. And the thing that's nice about lavender is that it supports detoxification, like it helps the body detox, right? Now, the things that I would say is it's also an analgesic, which means it's pain relieving, it's anti-inflammatory. When the nervous system, like along the spine, gets overstimulated, which is like an agitated state in the body, usually associated with pain syndromes or anxiety, things like this. Like lavender can be very calming and soothing. Um, it is regenerative in nature, but just like we were talking about Ravinsara, it is also considered an adaptogen. And so again, it's nudging the body to a state of balance. So if the nervous system, the immune system are overstimulated It helps bring a sense of balance. And again, you know, if you had a cold or flu or something like this, you could use it for that. It might not be the top choice, but it would still work. It would still be very good for that. But using it in a way that's prevention, where you're strengthening the immune system over a period of time, you're helping to fortify the immune system, to make the immune system more resilient. Lavender is a very good choice. It's very calming, it's very soothing. In places where there is a dysregulation and poor vagal tone, lavender will help improve the vagal tone. You know, it will calm the overexcited aspects of the dysregulation down somewhat and will improve the vagal tone. So anytime there's any sort of dysregulation, you know, lavender could be thrown in there. And as you use it over a period of time, um, the body keeps coming to a calmer and calmer state. So we're going to go through and we're going to play with lavender. I know this is one that kind of everybody knows, but still very underutilized. So it helps to bring balance and it helps to settle the body just like lavender, or excuse me, just like Ravensara did, but a little bit different. Okay, so go ahead and pull out your lavender. Lavender is a bit more relaxing. So you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, just in general with lavender. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with lavender. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. And again, just for like, you know, you're doing a quick treatment or like, hey, you know what, I'm getting ready to go to bed. Like it's a way to kind of calm and soothe the system. So again, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the lavender. Is that good? Yeah. Okay, and then pause and be still. And one thing I like to do with lavender is be aware of your spine and then do nice, long, slow, deep breaths with lavender. And then just pause and be still. How'd that Now, inhalation is good. Taking a salt bath is good. Diffusing it in the air is good. But you also put drops on your wrist, drops on your solar plexus. That little trick that we did with Palo Santo, it's not so much that it's cleansing, but it can be calming and soothing to the solar plexus by putting it on that little thumb web here. This time, I'm going to have you, if you're willing, put a few drops down each shin. Like, go down your shin, put a few drops, rub it in up and down, and then between not the fingers, the toes. Like if you go in between the toes like this, like take some lavender and go in between the toes on both feet. Again, the thing with lavender is it's very good for calming down overexcited nerves, which is again aspect of dysregulation. You know, later. So after you do between your toes and down your shin, just notice how you feel. When I do between the toes, it always kind of relaxes my back. So like check out your back a little bit, your back muscles and your spinal muscles. Takes the edge off, huh? Mm, yeah.
I can feel it more now in my back. Now it's settled because I
Mhm.
was like, yeah, it's still really tight. And as it keeps kicking in or whatever, I'm like, oh yeah, it's feeling
It's feeling a little nicer, a little nicer. Yeah. So lavender does so many things, but a lot of times we just think of it as like calming, soothing, maybe for salt bath or a spray bottle or something. We really don't think about it too much for immune function and, you know, definitely for stress. But let's do a pattern with it. So you have your lavender, begin inhaling, your awareness is on your navel. Now go an inch and a half below your navel. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go to your armpits. Your awareness is on your armpits. Your elbows. Your awareness is on your elbows. Your elbows. Your awareness is on your elbows. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, wrists. Your awareness is on the wrists. Then the palms of your hands. The hips, your awareness is on the hips, sides of your hips. The knees, your awareness is on your knees, the whole knee, or just the back of the knee. The ankles, your awareness is on your ankles. Soles of your feet. And then just pause. Pause and let go. How do you feel? Like I said, this is a nervous system regulator. It's calming and soothing, but it just keeps regulating the nervous system. That adaptogenic quality is keeps nudging the body back to a state of balance. You didn't think you were stressed out at the beginning of the day, did you? Like now you're like, ugh.
Well, sorry, I thought, oh, ready to take on the world. And now after lavender, I'm like, I'll just sleep anyway.
Yeah, tomorrow. So let's go ahead and do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. I mean, there's all kinds of things that lavender is good for, and I did a whole thing about a write-up for lavender, but here we're just talking about the immune system. And again, the idea with the stuff that we're talking about today is, yes, you can sit down and do a protocol, but like maybe if I put some on my wrist or I put it on my feet at night or I take a bath or, a really good one with lavender is make a spray and then spray your pillow and bed as you go to bed, and you get the deeper level of relaxation, the regulation of the nervous system, and it's just nice in the bed. Makes you sleep better.
That's nice.
Yeah, I used to do that for the longest time.
So this share came in, I just want to share it because it came in right from the last oil, actually. Almost sacked out. I forgot how much I love this oil. So relaxed, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Everything is at peace.
For which one?
That was
Lavender?
actually for Ravensar. For
Ravensar.
them.
Yeah.
And then let's just double check here. Someone said, and before I turn into total mush again and forget, sending an extra big thanks for the very generous oil kits and offering these classes. Profound impact. Each class is always the best class until the next one. Thank you.
You're so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, I think everyone might have gotten knocked out with that one. Let me see. Is there a recipe for the spray?
Well, there's the parts. I don't know that we put out the booklet with the part at the beginning.
No, I
here.
need to put at least the link to the
Yeah.
applications.
Yeah,
though.
but there's applications on the website and like other books, this one, I just did it like as the different oils, so we don't have that front part of the booklet. But it depends on how strong you want. You can look it up in the applications, but if you're just wanting it to be moderate, you can put like 15 or 20 drops in like a 4-ounce. I usually do 20 drops per ounce. Sometimes even a little stronger, but doesn't have to be that strong.
But what about the diffuser? I'm sorry, but what about the diffuser? Like an oil diffuser, what kind of oil would you recommend and how
Yeah,
much?
lavender would be good. I mean, we were talking about like for months, we were putting Ravensara in our diffuser. We have a diffuser upstairs and one downstairs, and we just would run it around the clock. And
But what kind of oil would you use with like the carrier oil, not the
you don't put carrier oils in diffusers.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
either like an atomizer, you put the essential oil straight in, but if it's a diffuser, a lot of the modern ones you put with like they add water to it.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, like I'm talking about the one with the reed sticks. And not
Oh,
like the
I
one.
don't know about those. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't do
You're
that.
talking about the one that you put a candle or you electric? Is that the kind?
Right.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I've never done the stick one, so
Yeah, I've never done the stick ones either. Yeah, I would imagine that's probably glycerin, but I mean,
that worked good.
yeah, but
Yeah.
because the thing is like, again, I've never used one of those, but if you put in like a massage oil or something, eventually it's going to go rancid. glycerin will kind of stay and prolong the scent and things like that. So I'd imagine sometimes too they might use either glycerin or they might use this stuff called DPG. And the DPG is just basically alcohol in glycerin, you know. But
Yeah, I've read in some places like safflower oil or something like that.
yeah,
Safflower.
I honestly I don't know. Like
Okay, okay.
I've never done it.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All I can say is like when I do the salt scrubs and I have the tub left, if it has a little bit of glycerin in the thing, it'll last for days. But you know.
And go ahead, Danelle.
The
Hey, Greg. That was really nice and very soothing,
Yeah,
especially
it's
for the
super
mind.
soothing. Yeah,
Yeah, and I'd forgotten how nice lavender is.
I know. We
Um,
forget about it all the time here. Like,
and
yeah.
how does it so what is the effect on the immune system? Just what I'm noticing, just kind of more coughing happening right now. Does it kind of loosen up the
Huh.
respiratory?
It can, cause you to have a little bit of a detox. Sometimes when the body is going out of some dysregulation, like I'll get it where I cough a little bit as I'm going out of the dysregulation. So there's always that potential. But respiratory wise, um, let me look up here. Throat, bronchitis, yeah, mucus congestion. Yeah, it would definitely break up mucus.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, to the point where you could even use it for pneumonia.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
usually with pneumonia, I usually use green myrtle, but I mean, you could definitely throw this at it. And so, you know, like a pulmonary tonic, respiratory tonic, a lot of times you would use like Sylvester pine or something like that.
Hmm.
But you could use lavender. Yeah, you totally could.
Okay. Okay.
I think pine is probably still a little stronger for that. But also, if you look at the idea of rotating things, you definitely could
Hmm.
throw it in the mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, and is it good like as a preventative for
Yeah.
colds and flus and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like anytime you knock down dysregulation, you're always moving towards being more resilient when it comes to colds and flus.
Yeah.
Later, like lemongrass would be out of everything today, the stronger prevention, but also, well, Ravensara. Ravensara would
Mhm.
be right up there with it.
Okay.
But
Okay.
also Eucalyptus radiata, bay laurel, tea tree, Neoli, Melissa, Monarda, cinnamon, all those things are very anti-infectious conditions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
this week I had a sore throat off and on, and I did a gargle with the bay laurel, and
Yeah.
yeah, it was interesting. It got rid of it, and it didn't really
Yeah.
come
Usually
back.
does it kind of quickly.
Yeah, it does. It does,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah. Good, good.
Thank you.
Someone shared, I put lavender in the diffuser while we were on break. I love this class.
Yeah.
Give myself the time to take it as a gift. Thank
Yeah.
you so
There you
much.
go. And like again, like there you go. You're using the diffuser. Like it doesn't have to be this big thing where we're going to sit down for an hour and knock this out. It could be like a quick 5 minutes. You fill up the diffuser, or you spray down the bed, or you put it on your feet, or you do a couple of quick inhalations while you're looking at your computer or something. It can be just quick and easy things that if you keep integrating it into your normal everyday lives, you'll find that the nervous system, the body is more resilient, and you know we don't have that dysregulation that can happen with everyday life.
And then someone shared, I'm also having a little cough and mucus coming up during the class today.
Yeah. Was it just the lavender or was it all of them?
I often have the diffuser running in the bedroom for over an hour.
Okay. Yeah,
So it was all of them,
all of
they
them.
said.
Yeah, I mean that could be just a little bit of the dysregulation, breaking up. Lavender definitely has an impact on mucus, so it could loosen some things up where you might start coughing to cough it out.
And somebody else shared the Ravensara did something to my sinuses.
Oh,
So
yeah, definitely Ravensara on the sinuses. Yeah, I would agree.
thanks for your shares and questions, guys.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a break. We still have lemon and lemongrass to talk about, and how to use them and how to use them for prevention and keeping the body strong and strengthening the immune system. And so, yeah, is there anything else? I think that's probably. So when we come back, we're going to do lemon, and we might do lemon and lemongrass together. Like lemon, we'll go through and we'll inhale it, but the area where lemon is probably the strongest is actually through taking it internally. And there's a big, big list of things that lemon does. And so we'll go through and we'll talk about those different aspects of lemon. And then we'll talk about the impact that lemongrass has on infectious conditions, but also balancing out the two sides of the nervous system, both the fight flight and the rest and repair, and how it just like kind of calms and soothes the body and helps to stimulate lymphatic function and things of that nature. So, okay, so we'll come back from there and we'll start at a quarter of the hour.
Okay, sounds good. I was gonna say maybe have a glass of water or something.
Yeah,
So-
definitely have a glass of water ready. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Are we on lemon? Okay, so we're on lemon. So this is the thing that I would say about lemon. It's not the thing that you're going to pull out like if you're in some sort of health crisis or there's some big issue coming up. It does help the body to heal. It's considered a cure-all, right? So a cure-all doesn't necessarily mean that it cures everything, like instantly it cures everything. A cure-all means that you're not really looking at a symptom-oriented approach. You have like maybe a bunch of different symptoms that are popping up, and you use a cure-all to treat like a wide range of things, like across body systems and symptoms that might not necessarily go together. Like my elbow hurts, and I got heartburn, my liver's not functioning right, and got a lot of mucus in my nose. You know, not necessarily all related, but at the same time, you got a bunch of stuff going on, right? So cure-all and adaptogens, they're not quite the same, but they're similar, right? They're similar. But a cure-all is just like you're treating a wide range of conditions. Like sage could kind of fall under both. And lavender, even though it's an adaptogen, it's a stronger cure-all than it is an adaptogen. And so you don't really have to get into that differentiation. That's more like the geeky part of myself where I'm like, you know. But in any case, if you threw a cure-all at something or an adaptogen, you would start getting better because it's nudging the body back to that place of balance, or you're starting to get at the root cause utilizing a cure-all. And so lemon is a very strong cure-all. It's slow, it's consistent, and over a period of time, the longer you use it, the more impact, excuse me, the more impact it will have on your body. So there is a pattern, but if you start looking through and you go through and you look at skin and you look at, okay, varicose veins and capillary fragility, and okay, um, kind of helps to release fascia, but not massively, but somewhat. It just keeps nudging the body to heal. It's good for mucus congestion, but if you're in the middle of being super plugged up, probably not going to be the choice. But if you're like, yeah, I'm always mucusy and I'm going into the winter time, I'm always mucusy, or I'm going into the springtime with allergies, I'm always mucusy. You start taking the lemon and then you'll notice like, hey, I'm not as mucusy as I used to be. And I'm doing better. Like if you used it for like a month or 2 months, um, you would notice that when the time came, not as bad, right? Or maybe even gone. And lemon, I would say the area that it really shines is when you take it internally. You know, hey, it's an easy one to do. Flavor your water. 3, 4 drops. You could do it a bunch of times in a day, and make sure water tastes a little bit better, and you're constantly getting lemon in. Even the idea of squeezing a lemon into your water is good, but how many lemons does it take to make a drop of oil, right? You're getting a lot more lemon by using the oil, but you can use lemons, or that green bottle at the grocery store is lemon juice and lemon essential oil mixed in. So you put in a little teaspoon of it into your water. So lemon's very good for the liver. It does increase and improve vagal tone, but a bit. Not like tarragon, not like marjoram, right? Not like sage, but it does improve vagal tone. The longer you take it, the better effect it has on vagal tone. Even the idea of mineral deficiencies taken over a period of time, the lemon will start to regulate the mineral deficiencies and electrolyte issues. You can see that's for colds and flus and broad anti-infectious, antiviral, antiseptic. A lot of other choices are stronger, but if you're looking at like the turtle winning the race, if you took lemon like all year, you'll notice that like in the next year, you don't get as sick as much. You're more resilient. You're better off. So this is more about something to do consistently over a period of time rather than, hey, I'm going on a flight next week. I gotta start taking my lemon so that I don't get sick. Probably not the best choice, But if you go, every year I get sick 3 or 4 times, I'm sick of this, I'm gonna start taking lemon. You start taking it in 6 months, cold and flu season hits, and you're like, hey, I got sick once, not as bad, not 3 or 4 times, and I bounced back quicker. That's lemon for you, right? So you can see there's some things with digestion, detoxification, um, things like arthritis and gout and rheumatism. It has a bit of an anti-inflammatory effect, not like black cumin, but still over a period of time, it does reduce inflammation. Very good for circulation, um, nosebleeds, hyperviscosity of blood. Basically, your blood gets thick. So it has a thinning effect on the blood. Not massively, but over a period of time, it does reduce the thickness of the blood. There's a section where under traditional therapeutic properties where it says internal use, and this is out of classical medical aromatherapy. There's a whole list of things that it does. One thing that I like that it does is it's a gentle diuretic. It's not going to make you run to the bathroom, but it constantly will help you eliminate fluid over a period of time, right? The other thing that I like about it is it helps to alkalize the body. Again, taken over a period of time, if the body's really acidic from being in a dysregulated state over a period of time, lemon will help undo the effects of that dysregulation. Good for anemia, especially, how like when it's good to treat anemia. Again, it's not going to be an overnight fix, but over a period of time, especially if a person's predisposed to anemia or, like, say, going through a cancer treatment or something, good taken over a period of time. But you know how, like, sometimes when people are anemic, they'll kind of lose the color in their face. It's good for helping to restore the circulation and color in their face. And so, yeah, you can see there's just a whole bunch of things it's good for.
Now, a lot of people did take advantage and get the lemon we have. I just need to make sure people know that if you're taking the lemon oil internally, you have to make sure it's a genuine.
Yeah, do make sure it's a genuine one. There are some companies out there that claim to be um, genuine oils, and they are adulterating especially their citruses, which is weird because citruses aren't expensive. Lemon is like super cheap, but you know, there's independent companies that test things, and you'd be surprised. So with that, go crazy with lemon. Like, if you're going to use lemon, go crazy with it. I mean, get a good one. Don't, like she said, don't just go to the health food store and get something. I wouldn't take that internal. Like, you might diffuse it, but it's probably got fragrance in it or something where they try to standardize the smell. Yeah, other than that, let's go ahead and just do a little inhalation with it. Again, inhalation is good, especially, to get things kind of moving a little bit, like a little bit of mucus. You're going to increase the circulation of your sinuses just by inhaling the lemon. But again, the area where it's going to really shine is if you take it internally over a period of time. Now, if you put it on your skin, it's okay to put on your skin, but then if it gets exposed to sunlight, it might darken that skin for a while in that area. So I would refrain from putting a bunch on your skin, usually just internal or inhalation. Okay. So just start doing some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the lemon. If you want good fingernails, lemon internally will definitely help. It's like nice. Like, it's kind of uplifting. It kind of can clarify the mind a little bit. And then just pause and be still. And you can see like it kind of is uplifting to the mood. Like it feels like everything just got a little brighter, you know. So again, even if we take it internally right now, it's not like you're gonna go, I feel amazing. You know, it's not gonna feel like Ravensara. It's not gonna feel like Melissa. Anything that has a lemony scent always will have like a uplifting and kind of calming effect on the nervous system. So you could say like a little bit of reducing anxiety a little bit, but not massive. You know, Melissa would. It's got a lemony scent. Lemon verbena kind of even would, but lemon, it's relaxing. You know, but it is the turtle in the race. It's not fast, but it's consistent and done over a period of time. It will produce results. It's just you have to take it for a while. Hmm. It's funny. It's funny she said that. That's one of the companies that adulterates their oil, and they say that they don't. Independent study shows otherwise. Yeah, just let her be. You know, we can only warn them so many times. Okay, and you're just going to pause. Okay, so we're going to go through and we're just going to do a little simple process. We're going to do our awareness on the brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on your spine, your whole spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. Your awareness is on the brain and spine, both at the same time. Brain and soles of your feet. And you're just letting go, being still. And you notice it's nice. It feels nice. Nothing over the top, but, again, taking it in water is your best bet. A lot of the benefit comes from the internal use. Okay, so we're going to slide right on over to lemongrass. Lemongrass can be quite the workhorse. It's very balancing um, to the nervous system. It can be very regulating. It has an impact on increasing and improving tone in the sympathetic part of the nerves, which, when we're dysregulated over a period of time, can become very depleted. And it also impacts vagal tone a little bit. And so it's one of the things that we use to help stimulate lymphatic function. It's not necessarily a lymphatic decongestant, but it fortifies the part of the nervous system associated with lymphatic function. So it's a good way to ensure that the body is going to like stimulate the or follow through with the lymphatic function. If the nervous system is off, whatever is going on with the lymphatic system is going to be off, right? So it's also very anti-infectious. So you would use this for prevention of colds and flus and things like this. And again, because it's regulating to the nervous system over a period of time, you notice that the body does better, you feel better, your aches and pains don't hurt quite as bad, because lymphatic function is happening. It has a regulating effect on the messaging that goes from the body to the brain. Like, it still makes sure that the messages go through, but if it's overactivated, it regulates that. If it's underactivated, it still kind of makes the messages go up. So because of this, it kind of falls within the cure-all idea as well. It can treat a wide range of things that aren't necessarily a particular symptom. You're treating the body in a way where you're just trying to help the innate ability of the healing mechanisms of the body to kind of do what they do. So lemongrass is actually quite good for that. During COVID, we weren't using it to prevent COVID, but when people were getting the vaccine and then feeling super achy and not feeling very good afterwards, I would have them take lemongrass internally for a few days. If you're starting to have like stress related complaints like your back, your head, your jaws, or whatever, using lemongrass can actually ease those quite substantially. And so it has an anti-inflammatory effect, a calming effect. It helps with digestion, which digestion, remember, is tied to deeper levels of vagal tone. It's like rest and repair, but also digest. And so it is muscle relaxant. Like if you have tense muscles, just inhaling it or taking a few drops, muscle tension will kind of melt away. And so not only is it considered a cure-all, but lemongrass in the Indian tradition or the Hindu tradition, it's considered an anointing oil. And it's because of the impact that it has on the nervous system. It's very balancing and it's fortifying to the different aspects of the nervous system. So this idea of using lemongrass, both inhalation and a diffuser, taken internally, you can put it on the body, but I would do it in like a body tonic or an ointment. Lemongrass can be irritating if you put it on the skin directly, and I even made a note of that. I've done it, but it does irritate the skin for a little bit. But I remember one time we were bottling and Samantha rubbed some on. She was like, "Oh, I spilled some," and she rubbed it on. Kind of irritated her skin for about 15 minutes.
Well, and then, I think I rubbed my eyes,
Yeah, there was a downward spiral there. Yeah. And so very good for like the liver. I wouldn't say it's like what you would use to treat cholesterol or what you would use to treat, inflammation directly, or you're trying to detoxify the liver. It's more of just like ensuring proper function within the liver. So you're using it as a liver tonic. there's a lot of good things that can come out of lemongrass, but again, can treat over a wide area, like over different systems in the body. And a lot of times it will get more to the root cause of something rather than shooting after a symptom of something. So, yeah, let's just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with lemongrass. So this is one of those ones where you go ahead and let that go. Kind of relaxing, right? Yeah, I know. It feels nice. Um, this is one of those ones where you can direct it to areas of your body. I used to, you know, like before I would fly, like I liked going to the areas, I just don't like flying. And so I'd be like, oh, I gotta fly on Friday or, whenever it was. And then lo and behold, like Thursday, my back would start hurting. So like I didn't have to fly because my back hurt. And I was like, oh, God, all these years I know what's happening and yet it still happens. I would take some lemongrass, gone, done. And so I tell that story about the cop. A lot of these people I probably haven't heard that story. So, okay, so I'm going to tell this story. This is a great lemongrass story. So, this was back when I was mostly seeing clients. I would, I had quite the patient load, and I lived in Central California, and I, for some reason, had a lot of police officers who were clients. And, this one guy came in. I didn't know him, but he was referred by one of his buddies. Usually, by the time they came to me, other things weren't working. And, you know, a lot of the cops didn't want to be medicated on something. So if they had like pain or a bad shoulder or something, they would come so that, you know, I could treat them. And so this guy came in, he had a really bad back, and they were talking about, like, you know, if it doesn't get resolved, maybe surgery. And it really wasn't surgical, but like, you know, he's wanting to get it resolved. And so he was one of the SWAT guys, you know, like, you know, he's one of the premier police officers. And so he comes in, and you know, he tells me about his back, and you know, he's even walking a little funny. And I was like, okay. And I go, what's your stress levels? And he goes, no stress. And I go, you're a SWAT guy and you have no stress? And he goes, nope. And I was like, okay, you know, your sleep's okay? He's like, yep, everything's fine. I was like, okay. And I could see, like, he had a short sleeve shirt on. He had this big long abrasion on his forearm. And I go, any injuries? And he's like, nope. And I go, what's with the abrasion on the arm? And he goes, well, you know, yesterday I was climbing on a roof to get a perp. And as I was climbing on the roof to kind of locate where he was at, the roof collapsed and I fell in on a bunch of boxes, and then I fell on top of the perp, and I had to go back and forth and wrestle the gun out of his hand, and then, like, you know, cuff him and, you know, whatever he said that he had to do. And I started laughing. I go, that wasn't stressful to you? And he goes, no, it's just what I do every day. And I go, but that has some stress to it. And he's like, nope, I'm fine. And I was like, okay. And so, you know, I'm thinking, okay, so this guy's, you know, part of, like, to get through it is like there's a disconnect between the body and the mind, you know, so there's stress, but he doesn't feel the stress. So in a way, he's accurate, but in a way, he's not, right? And so I go, okay. And I had this lemongrass and a roller ball, right? Like, you know, big, like it was strong. Um, like the roller balls that we make now. Like I was using a roller ball like that. So I go, okay, before I get started, and I just went over and I rubbed a bunch of lemongrass on his wrist, and I go, rub your wrist together like this. And he did that. And I turned around and I'm getting ready, and I was like, okay, we're gonna start this healing. And as I turn around, he's almost out the door. And I go, where are you going? And he looked at me like I was dumb, and he goes, I'm all better. And I go, I haven't done the healing yet. And he goes, you put that stuff on my arm. Like, I'm fine. And I go, bend over and touch your toes. He bent over, he touched his toes. I was like, move your back around, like this. And he goes, see, all better. And I was like, okay. I mean, I can still do the healing. You know, he just paid me, like, you know. And so I gave him my little roller ball. I go, when you have an issue, just rub it on your wrists and do that, maybe inhale it a little bit. And he was like, okay. I mean, he was done. He did not want to hang out. And so that just goes to show, like, you calm down the nervous system, you calm down the muscle, the problem went away. And so that is a good example of the potential of lemongrass. Is, you know, yes, it's anti-infectious, but here, you know, we're looking at, yes, we're trying to enhance the immune system, but for the immune system to function properly, is we are looking at regulation of the nervous system. And when the nervous system is regulated, the body functions better, including the immune system. Then we look at the idea of a cure-all, where it can treat across the body systems, and different complaints can be there that are completely unrelated, but it will still get at more of the root cause of what the problem is. Again, lemongrass is in that category. So with that, let's go ahead and, excuse me. I mean, we've already taken a few internally. If you want to take a couple drops in water, it's pretty good. Definitely take it with water. Like if you just put it on your tongue, it will probably upset your stomach. But if you have a little bit of water, it'll be fine. So do a couple of drops in water. And then let's go ahead and do this process. So your awareness is on the front heart and start inhaling with the lemongrass. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the center of your chest. Your back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Mm. Your awareness is on your back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. And then your awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. What's up? Yeah, we have time. So we'll do another cycle of it, but let's also just do body awareness. Feel something in your body, an ache, a pain, bad back, bad knee. Feel something in your body. Your awareness is on that area. And take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, your awareness is on that area of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Hmm. Okay, we're letting it all go. We're going to do another cycle of that pattern. Your awareness is on the front heart, the center of your chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the navel. Your awareness is on the top of the head. And then pause and let go. Okay, how'd you do? You can do shares or questions. Unmute yourself, type in. Yeah.
Yeah, doing pretty good. Kind of love me some lemongrass. It was kind of like Ravensar got me like all strong, and then lavender like made me fall asleep, and lemongrass was like just right in between.
Yeah, it is in between. Yeah. Not quite sleepy, but relaxed.
And go ahead, Tajal.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. Thank you for a wonderful class.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Like back to the segment one, you
Mhm.
suggested that maybe that it's my autoimmune disease. So I had a thyroid, and they have removed my thyroid gland with the
Mhm.
radiation, and now I'm taking the supplement. So it is okay for me to take this
Yeah, sure.
fish
Yeah, yeah.
mushroom.
Yep.
Okay. And then the second question is, can I mix the lemon and lemongrass together in the water, or maybe add in the
I would
smoothie?
do them separately. And the
Separate?
reason why I would do them separately is when you combine two things, sometimes they don't have the same properties. They become something else. Most likely it would be okay, but just because you're shooting for the same thing. I mean, I
Mhm.
just, in the morning, maybe start with the lemon, and as the day progresses, switch over to lemongrass or something.
Okay. And then, which is the best oil to carry when you are flying? Like for the protection, there are so many
For flying.
people. Yeah, when you are traveling. And
Tarragon's probably a good choice, but I'd throw Palo Santo in that mix. As far as like prevention for colds and flus, we usually use like immune support or bay laurel.
And I use the travel card.
Yeah, the travel guard is another one. Yeah.
okay. So, like if I have to carry only one or two oil, then Palo Santo or the travel guard will be the better one.
Palo Santo would be more for the dysregulation, but like if you're concerned about
Same.
colds and flus and things like that,
Mhm.
like the immune support or bay laurel or the travel guard.
Okay. And this is not related to class, but maybe you can answer after that. I'm traveling for my spiritual class, like a meditation retreat. So,
Mhm.
which are the oil I should carry with me?
Kind of the same thing. I do Palo Santo. You could take lemongrass. The Ravensara after the meditation would help you to settle a little bit better. You can always do super fancy things, but for me, like whenever I do any sort of that kind of work, I go with like poplar balsam or blue lotus, something like that. But if you're just looking at the stuff that we're talking about today, the Palo Santo and the Ravensara would be pretty solid.
Okay. To go more deeper into meditation, like stillness of mind.
Yeah, you could still use those.
Palo Santo.
Sure. Yeah,
Palo Santo. Okay. Thank you so
yeah.
much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Does the lemon oil have vitamin C in it as well?
There's people that say that, but I would say if there is vitamin C in it, it's not enough to say you're taking vitamin C. I doubt it. If it is, it's minute amount. Because you're dealing with steam distillation, and I don't know. I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah, heat usually destroys vitamin C.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
Good.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hello. I'm curious about something. I had a
Hmm.
very interesting reaction to the lavender.
Hmm.
Um, well, one, it was really nice. My spine relaxed and I could feel my um, vertebrae click into space. That was cool.
Ooh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was very cool. But as I did more, I almost felt at the end of it, I was feeling anxious. And I'm like, am I just releasing something? So then I just picked up Rue and did some sweeping
Yeah, I would say that's probably the case.
that I
You know, like you're probably tapping into something or something starting to, you know,
come out.
surface and release. Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm like, why am I feeling anxious with
Yeah,
lavender?
because you'd almost go use lavender for that. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like it would be the thing that calms it down. But you know, that's the thing is sometimes when we calm something down, then we begin to process something and then we start cleaning house. You know.
Yeah.
And so my guess is you're cleaning house a little bit. That can
Okay.
happen at any point. You know, like you are pretty solid and then you hit some deeper piece and it's like that's got to go, you know.
Yeah. No, we like
Yeah.
the going. House
Yeah.
cleanings are good. I just thought it was really kind of interesting that it happened
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
lavender, but that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. This is a really great day. I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. All about etheric chords. Remember, I
Yay.
was always saying like we could do a whole day of it, and I was like, as I was sitting there thinking about it, I was like, actually, we could do 2 days, but we'll solve for one day at first.
I think we could do like a month of etheric chords.
Yeah, no joke. And the idea for tomorrow, you know, again, it's a free class, so if you haven't signed up, like, you know, jump in with us. But the idea is like I think somebody like I don't know a couple weeks ago in one of the weekend classes said something like I think it was the first class of the year. Like I wish there was like a place where all the different aspects of the fair chords were in like one place. And so like afterwards we were talking, we're like, yeah, let's do that. Like, you know, let's throw a bunch of the information so you can just have a little booklet at their chords. So yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, how'd you do?
Oh, it was wonderful. It was a
Yeah, it's a
wonderful.
nice mellow day, huh? Just
Yeah,
nice pace, not too overwhelming.
from where I started to where I'm at. It's a huge difference,
Yeah,
absolutely huge.
good,
So I'm very grateful for that. I just
good,
wanted
good.
to ask one
Hmm.
question that is coming to mind is that my gums have been kind of sore, and you used to tell us to rub something on the roof of my mouth, on the roof of our mouth, and I cannot
They're
remember.
sore or they're getting sores or
They're a little bit sore in between because I've been on this prednisone, which I've got myself weaned off to about 10 milligrams the last 3 days, and then I'm going to step off here in another day and see
how long have you been on the prednisone?
Oh, since before Christmas. You know, I mean,
Right.
For these hives, you know,
Right.
it has sort of slowed down, but I've had to do a lot of other stuff, not just
And
prednisone.
before this, you were on, so you're down to 10 milligrams. You were on like 20 or 30 milligrams or
20, and then we increased to 30, but my body couldn't do it.
yeah.
It only did it for a short while, and we backed up to 20.
Okay.
And this is the first time I've ever taken prednisone, so that was a learning curve too. But I noticed like my time's kind of
I would probably do Cypress.
okay.
That would be my first instinct. Like do Cypress and rub it on the roof of your mouth, and you can kind of cover the gums like so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I kind of thought it was, but honestly, I couldn't get it back, and so I thought,
Yeah, I mean, with something like that, I mean, it could be myrrh, it could, like, you know, there's a bunch of different things that, but I think Cypress is still kind of your go-to thing for that.
thanks so much.
You're so welcome. If that
Also,
doesn't work for some reason, let me know and we'll come up with something else.
okay, very good. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Oh, and thanks, Sam, for putting together such a beautiful kit. I mean, you both did, but the green, it's so pretty. Everything's so fresh and creative. I'm so glad you guys
Yeah, she
came.
did such a good job, huh?
Absolutely. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, I wanted to ask a little bit more about the lemongrass.
Sure.
Let's see. You describe it as immune supporting. So, could you give a little more information about that?
It's immune supporting through the functions like how we talked about at the like how it regulates the nervous system, which improves lymphatic function, and just the ability to balance and tone the two sides of the nervous system, the action activity and also the vagal tone. And so because of that, your immune system functions better.
Oh, great, great. Okay. So, but it's not an antiviral. So
It does have antiviral properties to it. It's just not I wouldn't put it in the same league as Ravensara or Bayloral or Eucalyptus radiata or Neoli. Definitely not with Melissa or Monarda,
right.
or cinnamon, but it's enough to where you could use it for, preventing infectious conditions. But part of it is because of the impact on the nervous system and lymphatic function is why it works so well for preventing infectious conditions. Like it's like your body can take a better punch. It's just it makes the body a little bit stronger because of that. And so yeah.
Well, is it best to use it after? I'm sorry about the echo. Let's see.
You could use it before, during, or after.
Okay.
Sometimes I haven't done it recently, but like when I was younger, I would use it um like during, just to keep myself like how you just don't feel good and you can't get
Yeah.
comfortable. It helps you to relax so that you can be comfortable, and it helps with like the recovery process, like the convalescence, like you're in the bed for a while being sick, and then afterwards you're up, you're not feeling that good. It kind of helps ease all of that.
Great. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
So, let's see. What about lemongrass complex? When
Yeah,
would you use that?
you could throw that in the mix. You could throw that in the mix. Sure.
Oh, well, I mean, it's,
Similar to what I just said about lemongrass.
oh, okay. Similar. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. So you were discussing, uh, like things to take as a preventative when you're traveling, or I guess just anytime out in public. So the travel guard, I don't think I have that, but what is the application for the travel guard?
Inhalation, topical, internal. You can rub it on your gums for gum-related issues. Very good for inhalation. You could use it as a diffuser. Kind of anything goes.
Oh, okay. So you could like topical, maybe put it on your
Hmm.
wrist if you're going to be out in public. Okay.
Hmm.
And so I know the bay laurel, you can do all those things and take
Hmm.
internally. Oh, okay. The travel guard. I'm trying to take notes. You said you can take it internally. Did
Yeah.
you say? Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah. I mean, I would probably inhale it more than anything, but
okay,
you could. Yeah.
okay. And then the immune support. Or is that supposed to be used in a spray, and we just spray?
You could spray it, you could do a roller ball, or you can do inhalation. That's one you don't want to necessarily take internal, but it's
Uh-huh.
very, very antiviral.
And so, where would you put the roller ball?
Just like on your chest.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you so
You're
much
so
for a
welcome.
wonderful day. Thank
Yeah, I'm
you.
glad you enjoyed.
Is it okay to use the etheric quartz premium tomorrow?
Yes, oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Greg, for this class, and thanks, Sam, for all your help behind the scenes. It was mentioned that Bay Laurel Travel Guard and Palo Santo are good for immune system and travel. What about for energetic system when traveling? Palo Santo too?
Yeah, Palo Santo is a very good cleanser. Like anytime you say dysregulation for the nervous system, you're also talking about contamination, blockages, things of that nature. It's just like a different way of saying it, but you're talking about the same thing. Dirty energy is dysregulation in the nervous system. And so yeah, Palo Santo works really good for that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, good way to kind of clear off the plane, or you're in a crowd of people. It's a good way to shake off the group of people energetically. Yeah.
Great class today, guys. Glad you could join us.
Yeah, tomorrow etheric chords all day. One oil. One oil to rule them all. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have fun tomorrow.